This meeting of the Recalibration Committee. Appreciate Co-Chairman Heiner and his good work yesterday. We'll continue on with that. I know we have a lot to do today. I am going to give as much time as needed for public comment. We want to hear from anyone who'd like to speak. And so, but first of all, we'll start again with Dr. Pikus and your team and go forward. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and members of the committee. It's nice to be back this morning. I do have to say it was a little cold, but you know, I found the heated steering wheel on the rental car, so it was okay. The luxury items, apparently. Today, we want to work through the last pieces of the things you'd asked us to talk about and then go through the model with you. But before I start on the cash reserve balances, last night, Mike did a little bit of research on the concept of closed campuses, which came up in your discussion. So he's got a couple of things about that, and then we'll jump into their cash reserves. So I'll turn over to Mike for just a minute.
Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Morning, members of the commission. This was a question that the Speaker of the House had yesterday about the, oh, can you hear?
Your mic's on.
Is it? Can you hear? There we go. Okay, sorry, like you were saying, like a rock star. So took a look at it. There is a 2012 study that's the most recent by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and it breaks it apart into two different groups. And so this is the, there is a group, they talk about these students must eat their meals in the cafeteria, and then they have a kind of breakdown of who has an actual closed campus. So the percentage of schools where you must eat the meal in the cafeteria, they found in their survey 97% of all elementary schools require that, 92% of middle schools, and 70% of high schools. And then for actual closed campuses nationally, it's 97% of elementary schools and middle schools have closed campuses, and 81% of high schools have closed campuses. So it is the majority, but it is not everyone. They do not define how they close the campuses, though, and what parameters they have for that, or if there are penalties, or if there are guards there to essentially make sure students don't leave. I'd also say anecdotally, as I was reading through some of the research, it sounds like the number has increased, more due to food, due to security than to food issues. And so we have probably more closed campuses today than they did during this survey in 2012. So I just thought I'd answer that question.
Thanks, Mike. Hopefully that helps answer some of those questions. And I think the big difference is when I was in high school, closed campus meant I couldn't get out. Now closed campus also makes sure to protect the campus from people trying to get in. So things have changed over time. We're going to talk about the cash reserves conversation, and I'm going to do something I was told never to do when I took Consulting 101, and that was to admit I made a mistake. At the last meeting, I told you that I thought reserves of 30% were too high and didn't make any sense. And Mike had the realization and conversations with business managers that made realize that what your statute calls reserves are really carry forward balances to manage cash flow, which is a very different thing. And so whether 30% is exactly the right number or not, I'm not 100% certain, but because there are fairly substantial delays before revenues start flowing to school districts after the beginning of the fiscal year, and because it varies depending on the characteristics of the school district, whether entitlement or recalibration, and then if they're recalibration, recapture, and if they're recapture, whether most of their money comes from residential property twice a year or more commercial and industrial property where it may come monthly. So it's an issue of you spend the money in your budget year sometimes before the revenues show up, so you need reserves from the previous year to do that. So that's a different thing, and a number much bigger than what I was thinking about as a reserve in my head is what it is. And the reason they're called reserves here in Wyoming is that's the word you use in your statute. So I can't change that. I don't know if it's worth you trying to change or not, but that's where you are. Mike has again done some research on balances and carryover funding and things like that. He has a short presentation on that. I'm going to hand this over to him so he can drive the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing get you going in the morning like talking about accounting. So I'm going to walk you through what we found, what we think is going on in Wyoming, and how maybe you can change this and make a couple of policy changes that would help your schools and help people sort of feel more confident in the way you're using reserve accounts.
We're not sharing my screen.
Okay, what is happening?
I gotcha.
Thank you, Amanda.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're going to walk through and talk about your current reserve account policies, then talk about how the money is being used, and then maybe some solutions that exist for this. And, you know, in other states, just to kind of let you know before we talk about this, they think of these as two separate accounts. You have a reserve account that is there for specific reasons. Usually it's a month to 2 months worth of revenue that is there for emergency purposes and has very specific rules about when you can withdraw that money. Then they have a separate account, which is a carryover account. Those funds can be used in the next school year. You bring them, carry them forward literally from one school year to the next to help kind of cash flow your school district as things are moving forward. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And then again, maybe a solution for you all. So we want to talk about, you know, first you have under current law, under section 2113-313, districts may maintain a balance of up to 30% of their foundation program. But beginning in 2026, and this was the big discussion, it's going to drop down to 15%. I think if you saw our eyes when you were talking 30%, they all kind of bugged out. That is not what a reserve account is. A reserve account tends to be about 5 to 15% nationally. 30% is very large. But again, that's when we realized you're not using it as a reserve account, you're using it for something else. And this is where we heard the concern where the school district said if it were reduced to 15%, they would have insufficient flexibility to meet their funding mandates at the beginning of the new school year as it moved forward. And conversely, what we heard from you all and from other people in the state is that if you allow the 30%, that's such a large number that it actually could create a lot of problems, and you could be putting money into reserve that you're not spending for the current school year. The funding that you provide this year is intended for students this year, not intended to be put aside. So what we took a look at is how can we ensure that districts have the funding flexibility that they need while we're still maintaining accountability and you're not overfunding these reserve accounts. I think it's important to take a step backwards. It's the way you all fund your schools in the state that you have two different types of districts. You have the recapture districts, which generate more local revenue than their state guarantees. But because of when property taxes are collected, the funding does not arrive until November or December of the school year, which means those districts then have to rely on some form of loan if they don't have the carry forward to make their funding mandates from the beginning of the school year, which is July 1st, until November. So they've been using these reserve accounts to make those, make ends meet. That actually saves them money too. If they have to go out and borrow between July 1st and November or December when the revenue comes in, then there's a cost to that. So as opposed to spending that money on interest and cost of loans, they can use those funds on carryover to meet the mandate. Then you have your entitlement districts, and even those districts which receive more funding from the state, the first check doesn't arrive until August 15th. Again, you're 6 weeks into the school year at that point, and you have expenses that you have to cover. And for every school district around the country, doesn't matter where you're at, there are funds that you have to expend at the very beginning of the school year. The first 3 months are usually the most expensive 3 months of the school year because you have to purchase things like textbook, technology, supplies, instructional material. Very often you have to contract for services. In some cases, you have to pay the full amount for the contract or at least a large amount for a contract for a service that might be provided through the whole school year. So you're front loading a lot of your cost for these different things. And that's why there, again, needs to be additional carryover. Not only are you not receiving the revenue at the beginning of the year, especially for some of your districts, not until November, but you have these higher costs. So front-loaded cost, lack of funding requires you to carry forward your money to meet these mandates. Without sufficient reserves, districts may struggle to pay their bills on time, creating some instability. This is where the argument makes sense that you need to have that 30% amount to be able to make ends meet here. But again, maintaining such a high reserve is unusual to have that 30% amount. And that's what has made people nervous. So what we're thinking is you create two separate accounts. You have a statutory reserve account that allows for cash flow. And then you have an amount that is in a traditional reserve account. So you have a cash flow account and you have a reserve account. The reserve accounts usually have some pretty tight rules about what they can be used for. The carry forward account should also have some rules. You shouldn't use either of those for things like capital expenditures or major maintenance. But the cash flow you could have within, allow districts to carry those funds over as long as they expend them within the first 3 months of the school year. For some of your districts, because they don't get their payments until November, you might want to make an exception for them and allow them to carry forward money until 6 months. But at that point, all your cash flow money should be expended. You should also then have a separate reserve account. Reserve accounts are designed for emergencies. So they're usually, in many states, they require reserve accounts to exist that allow for a month to 2 months of expenditures. There's all sorts of emergencies that school districts deal with, and having a reserve account helps them deal with those emergencies. You can think of all sorts of things, like a hailstorm can happen and doing damage to your school building. You have those expenditures for broken windows or for other things on the school that have been damaged. You need a reserve account to pay for those. You shouldn't be using carry forward for that, just as you shouldn't be using reserve accounts for carry forward. So some examples of states that have done this, Colorado requires districts to reserve at least 3% of annual spending, but then they also allow them to carry forward funds. So they have this dual account system. It's interesting in Colorado, that's the minimum you have to have is 3% within your reserve. If you fall below that 3%, then you have to put the money back in after you've taken it out. Again, there are requirements about how you can take that money out, what it can be used for. I would suggest you do that too, but they treat these things as separate. And doing the research, we picked up that there are various other states that have this same combination of both a reserve account and a carry forward that can be used. So that would be our recommendation in the end, and you can read this in our short report that we have, that you think of these things no longer as a reserve account at 30%. You think of it as a carryover account. You may want to cap it, but honestly, as long as you're saying the carryover money has to be spent in the first 3 months, why not allow sort of as much as they need to carry over, but it's got to be expended. The reserve account, cap it somewhere between 5 and 15%, but put restrictions on it. And again, for both of those accounts, and we put this in our recommendation, it should be clear these are, because we heard some rumors that these funds were used for capital expenditures. They should not be, either of these accounts should not be used for capital expenditures or for major maintenance.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Griffith, could you explain a little bit more what you say provide greater access to interest-free loans from the state? I believe we already provide that. So could you explain that a little bit for us?
We wouldn't, that really wasn't part of our recommendations. In fact, we would say if you have a carryover.
It's one of your options here.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. What we would say actually is if you have the carryover provision, you wouldn't need the interest-free loans.
Is the converse, if we have the interest-free loans already available, why do we need to have all this?
I mean, you could do it that way, but again, you know, if if you let the carryover exist, then you wouldn't need the interest-free loans. You could do the interest-free loans and as a replace of the carryover, but the states that do that, that allow the carryover, my understanding is they don't have the interest-free loan provision because you wouldn't need it as much. Now,
Mr. Co-Chair, if I could add to Mike's answer, in professional judgment panels, when we discussed this, one of the concerns with the current state program was concerns over sometimes being denied and also concerns over the time it took to get the loan, which didn't solve the cash flow problem. So part of it may just be making the program more efficient in terms of ensuring that the funds are available to the districts. But that seemed to be one of the concerns with the state program, was sometimes they had a bill to pay that they just didn't have the money yet. So I think that was part of the issue in terms of that recommendation.
now, virtual schools.
At our last meeting, you asked us to provide more information about the contracts and the way the virtual school programs across the state operate. And you have a report in the stack of materials that we sent that our partners at Activate Research helped put together. And they interviewed the officials in each of the 6 districts where virtual programs exist. And they talk generally to the business manager, often to the superintendent, and to other individuals who are active in the program. And we want to thank them all for their help and providing us more information about the programs, all of which are somewhat different from the others. So it's hard to give you sort of here's how they all work, but we can give you some overall characteristics and learn something about how what goes on. So we'll talk about the background operations, and then one of the concerns was wrestling with out-of-district students, districts whose residence is out of the district that's providing the virtual education. So there's 6 statewide virtual programs. They're listed right there. I'm not going to leave this slide up here very long because the next question is how big are they and what do they do? And I have that information a little bit down there, so we'll be sure and see that, which I think will be helpful. So the enrollment ranges from 41 to 709 students in the virtual programs in the districts. 4 of the programs serve grades K through 12, and 2 of them only serve grades K through 8. 4 programs, full-time education programs, and 2 of them are part-time programs. So students are only enrolled in the program part-time and go to school other ways. Students are funded through the state block grant funding model as a district ADM. So any student enrolled in a virtual program at the district generates the same resources through the model as a student who comes to the brick and mortar school. There's only one district where teachers actually teach in both the virtual and the brick and mortar programs. That's Cowboy State in Sheridan 1. In all of the other ones, faculty are either teaching in the virtual program or in the brick and mortar schools, but not in both. And as you'll see in the way they're organized, they're often very separate operations. In 3 of the districts, all of the instruction is asynchronous. That means that you don't actually have visual Zoom type contact with the instructor, but there are assignments, there are things to view, to read, to turn in, and you get feedback from the instructor, but there's not a class section. The best example of it is Dr. Taylor will join us shortly for the meeting, but she had a class to teach this morning, so she's talking to a class full of undergraduates back at Texas A&M. So that's a more interactive approach. Another approach has been mostly asynchronous sessions with 1 live session required per week. That occurs in 1 district. So in other words, at 1 time a week, there's a class session where the students actually are in visual contact with the teacher. There are others that have a minimum number of hours a day for synchronous courses, a Zoom type meeting, and then asynchronous for the balance of the day. And finally, there's one model where all classes are offered live and they're recorded, And students have the option of attending the class session or watching the recordings for asynchronous learning. What we found at our university is many students, well, they have to attend the class sessions, but we record them and they go back and look at them again. So that's a powerful tool too in terms of reinforcement of the materials. In terms of hiring and paying teachers, which is clearly the biggest expense and part of this, is in 3 of the districts, the virtual partner hires and pays the teachers. So the money goes to the virtual partner. They're responsible for identifying the teachers and for paying them. And obviously, if this is an online program, the teachers don't need to be located in Wyoming or in the district. They can be anywhere. And I think the business managers here can help us with this information, but at least in my experience, again, we have off-campus faculty at USC, and when you run payroll in other states, it's challenging. There's just rules that make it harder than just writing a check. So this would put that responsibility on the part of the partner rather than the school district, which probably makes some sense. In other districts, the district hires and pays the teachers directly. That's in one district. And then in a fourth model, the virtual partner hires the virtual teachers, but the district pays the teachers directly. And then once they've reached an agreement as to what the cost is, the cost of the teachers is deducted from the payment that the district makes to the partner. So different models to think about how they pay the teachers. Now, what I found the most interesting were the pupil-teacher ratios in the virtual programs. In West End 7, the ratio was 32-to-1 to 36-to-1 in the classes, which is substantially bigger than the numbers in the model. Sheridan 1 says it assigns 5 to 10 virtual students to a teacher. And then I think that there's someone here from Sheridan 1 today who could explain how that works if you need more details. But and it's in the report to some extent, but one teacher's responsible for ensuring that the students get through all the material they're supposed to learn. And Sheridan 1's a relatively small program. In Fremont 25, it's 15-to-1. In Lincoln, and you'll see in these other ones, it ranges in Lincoln, Bighorn, and Niobrara, depending on the school level, but the numbers in all cases are higher than the ratios in the funding model for brick and mortar schools. And special education is 25-to-1, but I think there are very few brick and mortar special ed programs that have classes that large. It's harder to tell because of inclusion and how that sort of works. This is a table with a summary of enrollment and fee arrangements. The typical thing is the district pays for the big programs, the virtual provider, some percentage of the money they receive for each of the children who are enrolled. And that leaves the district some money to monitor the program, to monitor the virtual provider. And also districts are responsible for the testing program, for the TOPS test. And so they need to arrange locations for the students to come and take the tests. And I know that some of the costs seem to range from for $20,000 a year or so for them to send an individual to different parts of the state and then help pay the cost of children getting to the testing center to take the tests. But that's the responsibility of the school district so that they have those test results. And I think by using their own employees, they're better able to ensure the integrity of the test materials and the integrity of getting it turned in and assessed. So the fee arrangements vary, but it's what 87 to 100% of the funds generated by the virtual students in most of the districts. Fremont 25 has a per student fee that's based on a monthly thing, a monthly fee set. But again, that's a very small program. The larger ones, the 3 larger ones in Weston 7, Bighorn 1, and Niobrara, all have some percentage, up to 100% of the funds generated by those students that goes directly to the virtual provider. And then the smaller programs have more flexibility. That's pretty much the end of what's there. I'm happy to try to answer any other questions that you may have or thoughts about it to make sure.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to clarify, the virtual academies, are these constructed and run by the districts, or are they contracting out to private contractors that provide curriculum and online classrooms?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Kelly, my understanding is the virtual provider designs and provides the curriculum. But I think that may be negotiated differently across the districts. I saw Richard here, Richard Parker. Maybe he can answer that a little better. He's at Bighorn 1. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but. What's the question again? Who's responsible for, I'm sorry, but Representative Kelly, let me let you ask it. I'm sorry.
Let's, why don't you come forward, it'd be helpful. Thank you for your coming forward, and maybe you can introduce yourself.
All right. Chairman, Representative, I'm Richard Parker with Bighorn School District Number 1, and we are the host district for Wyoming Connections Academy. And presently, we do have 715 students from our last report that we received from them.
So, Mr. Chairman, to repeat the question as closely as I can remember, are the districts creating and providing the virtual classrooms, or are we contracting out to private entities that provide the online classrooms?
So, Chairman, Representative Kelly, so Pearson is the parent company of Wyoming Connections Academy. Connections Academy has several virtual schools throughout various different states, and so they generate the curriculum and then teach it to the kids that with the teachers that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's only teachers in your district conducting these classes, or are there instructions coming from these private companies?
Okay, so I'm not as familiar with everything that goes on. I'm more of the financial side of things, Representative Kelly. A little bit nervous here, but.
Don't be.
And so they generate and create this curriculum, and then in turn, the teachers that they hire will instruct from that curriculum.
Representative Kelly, I think I can add a little bit to that from our report. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I apologize. As I understood it, the providers, at least in the big programs, have their own curricula, but the district's intent is that it meets the requirements of Wyoming's curriculum as well. So that it's not that Pearson is coming in and laying out some nationally designed curriculum that they spread everywhere, but that they really are making sure that the requirements of that the Department of Education establishes for coursework and things are met as are the ones in a brick and mortar school. It just may be different textbooks than the kids in the building are seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify, because we've recently run into a potential constitutional issue with state money going to educational organizations not under the complete control of the state. So I was a little worried about perhaps these virtual academies might run into a similar constitutional challenge.
And I'll add one other part of that is that, of course, all these teachers that we have are Wyoming PTSB certified. And so even if we have these one-off courses that we may have that aren't an actual teacher that we've hired, but Pearson has to do some one-off courses like, German or whatever, kind of courses, they'll still have to be PTSB certified in Wyoming.
Senator Brennan, you good? Okay. Yes, Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, this might be a question, might not be able to answer, because I know you're talking mainly about enrollment fee issues, but I've had some questions come up about reporting. So the district where they take their YTOP tests and that sort of thing, are they just lumped in with those same students from that district when it comes to reporting test scores and that sort of thing, or are they separate, or do you know?
Mr. Chair, Senator Schuler, the students, the district is responsible for the testing outcomes of the students in their virtual programs. And so they arrange for those tests, and then it's part of the district's accountability. They do know which students were in the virtual program and which are in the brick and mortar program, so that you can understand how the district is doing, and you can compare how well the students in the virtual program are doing compared to the students in the brick and mortar classrooms.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pikus, I mean, in your discussions, I see Niobrara, 100% of the funds generated by its virtual students go to the fee arrangement. Just maybe explain that. Maybe Niobrara is here. Maybe they could explain that to me. What does that look like? How does that work? I mean, how does the school benefit from this? Are they paying their people out of this? I mean, how does that work? I understand the 87%, 13% is staying in the Weston 7 to help them, manage the, the cost implications. But in Niobrara's case, 100% of those funds, is that leaving the state? Is that an in-state provider? How are they doing it? They're not keeping anything in their district, or are they?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I got lost in the list there. I apologize. I don't know if anybody's from Niobrara is here. Niobrara was sort of the pioneer in doing this in this state. They're the first district to do it, and I think that their contract was set up as 100% of the funds in their negotiations, and I don't know how they work that through with any costs that they incur in managing and maintaining the contract. To the extent that the company that runs it is not located in Wyoming, obviously some funds would leave the state to go to that. And of course, if there's no reason that a teacher would have to live in Wyoming either, as long as they're Wyoming certified, to teach an online class. And so to that extent, you would be paying people who live in other states. The downside of that is the obvious state money's leaving the state. The upside of it is, I think Mr. Parker made the point that, we can teach a one-off German class that we wouldn't find a teacher to be able to do, but those kinds of individuals are available around the country to do it. So I guess it's a trade-off that the district makes in terms of how they do that. But I don't have exact data. I imagine we could get it, but I'm certain that there are funds leaving the state in different amounts than might be in a district that's providing brick and mortar education.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a problem with funds leaving the state. That doesn't concern me as much, as long as the kids are getting educated and things are working well and they're growing, and it's a benefit to them. I guess I'm just curious as to how that funding model and that dynamic works in Niobrara 1. I mean, if 100% of those dollars being generated by these ADMs are not helping the school district, I mean, I think that would be a big part of, like with Weston 7, is 13% of those dollars are staying in the district to be able to help, offset the costs involved with having to hire teachers and make arrangements and get testing done and all that stuff. So I was just curious as to how that works. And so.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Speaker, we can follow up on that. I have a memory of a conversation with the superintendent there, and part of my memory, and I'm pretty sure it was that district, is there are some concerns that they're spending their own money to manage the contract and looking to find ways to find better terms in their contract. And there's a new superintendent, and I think he's looked at it and thinks that that's one of the things he needs to do. But I will follow up, or I'll first follow up with Kim Curtis, who wrote the report, and then we'll check with the school district to get you more information about that.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm ready to move on to talking about the model, but I think you want to.
Yes, I think this would be a good time to take some public comment with what you've given us this morning so far. And so I think I'll follow the precedent that was set yesterday. Do we have any teachers here, first of all, that would like to, either teachers or parents that would like to come forward and make public comments with regard to what we heard this morning? Anyone? Okay, then I open it up to anyone else who'd like to give testimony. We got 4 chairs up here if you want to come up.
I just have a really quick one. This is
I'll tell you what, I apologize for interrupting you.
Yeah.
When you come up, if you could just identify for the record again, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Annie Griffin, Superintendent of Washakie 2 and Tin Sleep. Related to the 30% carryover, if that were to change to that 3-month timeframe like they were talking about, that would be a major issue with the special ed costs that I talked to you about yesterday. We wouldn't be reimbursed for that residential cost until the next year in the current way that special ed is funded. And so we would then have to get a loan if that was changed to the 3 months. So any questions about that?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin, Superintendent Griffin. Have you ever gone for a zero-interest loan in the past? And if so, have you ever been denied, or did it take a long time to get that approved?
I've never had to ask for a loan. I think my concern was that if it was changed, because he was speaking about going to 3 months and then getting rid of the loan program potentially, that's where I think the concern would be. We've never, since I've been superintendent, this is my 4th year, this is the first time we've had a placement like this. And so that's why we're running into this.
Any other questions by the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Making sure this comes on.
No light.
It is, all right. Mr. Chair, Charles Oski, Superintendent of Johnson County School District Number 1. Just real quickly, 3 months is not enough, and I'm just gonna give a quick story in Johnson County. It is, we don't receive, when we're a district our size, or there's several districts that are in that kind of category that we could be entitlement or recapture. The revenue flow is an all-year thing. We experienced that 3 years ago when they took special ed out of the model, and then the revenues come monthly. And so instead of December and January through that process, so there are some months you have 25% less than you did the year before. So the cash flow isn't just as simply as something that can happen over 3 months. We did go for a loan. So we did meet with the state 3 years ago, and I've been recommended to bring some of those recommendations back, but it is about the process. So you get a loan, then you have to pay it back in December when you still have a cash flow issue. And then, for example, for us, we had to pay money back in June, but then we were going to get $1 million back in August because there was a shortfall in what the funding looks like. So the process can be cleaned up a little bit with what that looks like, I think, with just some of the rules, and I can bring those, and I am not going to pretend to be a business manager with all the expertise, but I would just encourage that we look at some of the processes that could clean some of that up, whether it's extending the 100 being certified later in the year, allowing the loan to be throughout the year. So if you do have issues with special ed, it can be applied for at any different time. And then when that repayment comes, I think what we want to do is be able to, as districts, we're guaranteed a certain amount of money. So let's guarantee and clean the books up at the end of the year instead of trying to do it mid-season or at this certain point or time, because the cash flow with how we receive it local can fluctuate. We're still in the process of understanding what that looks like with our tax base. So just bringing that to your attention and something to look at as we get into legislation. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, thank you for bringing this forward, because that bridge loan was intended to help, and if it's not helping, let's fix it. Let's make it so it works better for those situations.
And that's what I'm here to say. Let's not put it into one category, one thing fits all. It's a little broader than that, and I think there's some systems we can clean up, and we've already started that paper. There were we met, and we can bring some of that back and maybe look at changing some of those rules and regs to allow us to be a little more flexible with that cash flow issue. So,
and Mr. Co-Chair, if you've ever had any loans denied, or anybody here has an experience of loans being denied, we would like to hear about that, because that is a big thing to me. My antennas come up when I heard about that. So let's, if we have some issues like that, I'd like to hear about it, and I'm sure LSO will work with us as we define and refine our statute to make it work better.
So I've shared the document again with Trent that we generated in 2023. I told Matt I'd share that with him again, and he can share that with you, and we can kind of go from there. But at any point in time, don't be afraid to give me a call. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sally Wells, Business Manager at Carbon 2 in Saratoga. I wanted to draw your attention to, I appreciate Mr. Pikus stating that it's a cash carryover, not a reserve. When we're talking the 30%, that's what you're regulating, is the carryover and not a reserve account. It's not money we hold in reserve, it's money we hold to go forward with the cash carryover. I also want to point out in statute 2113-504, you have a special reserve fund that districts can get, and it talks about the Board of Trustees may create a special reserve fund of a specified amount for the purpose of purchasing, replacing specified equipment or depreciation reserve for equipment and school building repair. That's already in your statutes, and that's what I call a reserve fund. And there are limits on that you can specially budget for any fiscal year shall not exceed 10% of the total amount budgeted for the same year. So there is a limit on what you can put in reserve and keep there. I appreciate that because we did set up that special reserve. And as you know, that school buses, we get reimbursed for our school buses that we purchase at 20% over 5 years, but we have to front the $100,000, $160,000 cost up front and then get reimbursed over 5 years. So this year, District 2 purchased 5 big yellow buses and 7 Suburbans because they had aged out or miled out or so forth. And we spent over $1 million on big yellow buses and student transportation. Well, we have to front that $1 million up front, and then we get reimbursed at 20% over 5 years. In order to do that, I used my special reserve to replace equipment, buses, to take care of that. Unfortunately, over the last 10 years, we've put enough money in there to do that. Also on the special education, we have a student who is based in Massachusetts for a special need because there wasn't a service in Wyoming that would take care of him. He was such a high need student, and it costs us $650,000 to $700,000 a year to keep that student in Massachusetts. So last year, our cash carryover was decreased by that $700,000. We'll get it back this year on our SPED reimbursement, but we had to have that cash flow, that cash carryover in order to keep that, to fund that student. Fortunately, we were able to do that because we've been very conservative in our spending at Carbon 2. But those are just a couple of scenarios that we've experienced. And I wanted to point out that I really appreciate the distinction between cash carryover and reserve funds. I stand for questions.
Okay, any questions? Thank you. Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Yeah, we hear this all the time about the out-of-state placements. That's hurting a lot of districts. Is there a solution out there? Is there something we can do, or what do we need to do about that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, the only thing that can do there would be to fund that upfront from WDE, from the foundation, as we go, as a quarterly payment to us as the expenses arise, or a monthly payment, however you want to do it. Our bill to Judge Rothenberg in Massachusetts is $62,000 a month. So, to have that reimbursement come timely rather than a year later would be helpful. That's one thing I can see. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Boyd Brown, I'm the Executive Director for the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. I'm here to testify for the Superintendent in Niobrara. He's texted me. He wanted to clear up one issue. He said that they give 95% to their provider for virtual school, not 100%. And so that, he wasn't sure how that got messed up, but wanted me to come up and testify for that. One other thing that I would like to talk about is all of the federal grants that schools get, they have to pay that up front, and then they get reimbursed by the federal grant system after they've expended the money. So that's part of the cash flow issue as well. Just wanted to bring that, and with that, I'll answer questions that I can answer.
Anyone? Okay, thank you so much. Good morning.
Mr. Chair. Kristen Mayo, Teton County. We have been denied for the cash flow loan. And one of the challenges we have, everybody thinks of Teton County and we have all this money sitting in the bank, and that is just not the reality. Our total recapture payment last year was 70 million. It'll be another 70 million this year. And just on that note, this is just kind of a funny, I was thinking about last night, Dr. Lori Taylor said yesterday, thankfully you don't have 15 Teton counties in your state. If you had 15 Teton counties in your state, you wouldn't need to be having this conversation.
That's true.
You'd be able to fully fund education. But we make that final payment in June, and then we don't receive property taxes again until November or December. And so between June, when we're paying out 3 months of salaries and benefits to all of our employees, because we have to post that in June, and then pay out through the summer, as well as now the new contracts that start in August, we get really tight in the fall. And thankfully, November, we usually get a pretty substantial payment that we're able to pay that cash flow loan back. But last year, we were denied initially, and then through some negotiation with WDE, we were able to get half of it, I believe. And then this year we applied again, and we were initially denied, and then received $1 million. And it just seems like that process over the years has gotten more tight and more diligent. So we submit our report in August for the cash flow loan, the 106. I usually do that as quickly as I can so that we can get the cash flow loan as quickly as possible. But the last 2 years, that's been delayed for a couple of months, and they want to wait and see what kind of tax payments we're getting in August and September. And the one that they seem to be waiting on, they being WDE, we get the motor vehicle payments sometime between July and September. And that can be anywhere from $3 million to $7 million. We're never quite sure. But waiting on that does create some tension and more administrative lift, more stress around the cash flow. We've been able to work through it, but we are one of the ones, and I know we're not the only district, but we are one of the ones that has been denied.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you for that information. Your school district is one we've had quite a lengthy conversation about because you are a recapture and your revenue comes twice a year. And so there is a cash flow issue that we are concerned about. It's not being solvent at the end of the year. It's just the revenue comes at just twice a year. And so that's primarily why the bridge gap loan is important. So I'm curious why the WDE refused or denied that, because the money's going to work out anyway. It's just, I just don't understand. What was the reasons for the denial?
I'm going to let Leslie and Trent answer because I'm not actually quite sure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Trent Carroll, Wyoming Department of Education. We'd love to provide a little more information about these loans. Leslie is our guru, and she can walk you through the process probably a little better than I can. But just at a high level, this last year, there were 12 school districts that were eligible under the statute for the loan. We had, looks like 6 districts that actually applied for the loan. Teton was one of them. And
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What creates eligibility?
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman. There's a provision in statute that allows for any school district that will receive 20% or less of their guarantee amount in entitlement payments to apply for a loan. And there's also a requirement that they have to demonstrate a financial need based on cash flow analysis. And so that's the process we use to determine if we will grant a loan, and if so, how much of a loan. And that's the part that I'm going to let Leslie talk through a little bit more. But we look at the prior year cash flow. We look at estimated cash flow through the first 6 months of the school year that they're applying the loan for. And then we also look at their situation in the county. So are they mineral dependent, or is it a lot of non-mineral taxes, which tend to be a little bit more predictable? So just to kind of clear the record here, we did actually grant Teton one a loan. We just didn't grant them the amount they requested. So they requested the maximum amount that would be allowable under statute, which was 11.9 million. when we did our analysis, we thought that $1 million would be adequate and probably more than enough to cover their needs. We did grant the full amounts for every other school district that applied based on our analysis. Leslie, is there anything you want to add about the process?
Let me ask a question. Did that fulfill your needs, that amount?
If we get the motor vehicle money that we received, so we had to wait. We had to wait until, so if we looked at the report that we submitted in August, I can't remember when you actually called and said, okay, we're going to give you $1 million. So I think part of the issue is, yes, we were able to make things work. Our payroll on a monthly basis is, $5 million or more. I think Boyd made a great point in saying that when we spend federal dollars, we have to spend those dollars before we can ask for reimbursement. This year was really specifically tricky because we had the closeout of all of the ESSER funds. So all of those funds have to be spent or encumbered by September 30th, but we have to pay all of those funds out before we can actually ask for reimbursement. And so what we're not seeing, we're looking at the cash flow in Fund 10, but what we're not seeing is how much we're loaning to Fund 20 to be able to close out those federal grants before September 30th in order to kind of balance that budget and make sure that we're not overdrawing our special revenue funds. So there's a lot more pieces. The cash flow report that we submit to WDE is just Fund 10. It's just a cash flow along Fund 10, but it doesn't show the balance sheet of the other funds that we're supporting through Fund 10. And I know, there's a lot of tricky analysis here. The conversations I've had with other business managers are, the report's due in August. What are the rules in August, and why are we waiting to continue those conversations?
Mr. Chairman, if I might just add a little bit more color here. We have the ability to look back at the prior year to any loan amounts that we've adjusted to see how well our analysis was conducted and make sure that we didn't harm any districts by adjusting their loan amount down. And so far, we haven't seen any situations when we look at the actual cash flow after the fact where our adjustments created any problems. We've provided adequate funding, and we haven't provided too much funding, meaning that there's an opportunity cost for the state if we were to grant a full loan amount when it wasn't really needed, we're missing out on that interest. So, we try to manage that carefully, but at least this year, Teton was the only district that had an adjustment, but they did receive a loan. Nobody else was denied.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Carroll, we heard Ms. Mayo describe the issue that's come about because of federal grants and specifically the ESSER funds, which is a limited time. I assume that this analysis that you've been doing it for a longer period of time than what we're dealing with on ESSER funds. But it does create quite an issue, these ESSER funds and excessive, what I would call excessive federal funding coming into our school system. Would you characterize this as kind of a one-off because we're dealing with these ESSER funds, or is this something that you've seen throughout your time dealing with these after the fact checks, if you will, to ensure that you didn't harm the school districts?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baird, great question. I think the ESSER funds definitely make the problem a little bit worse than it normally is. The testimony is correct that school districts have to front those expenditures for the federal programs and then seek reimbursement. And so if there's a delay at the state level in processing those reimbursements, that does create a cash flow problem. And I think all of that is just probably 10x the issue when you're talking about ESSER funds because of the amount of money that we received there for a couple of years. And so this first year post-ESSER is a little bit of a transition for school districts. One of the big things that we were very clear about when we were awarding out those ESSER funds is that districts needed to plan for the eventual sunset of those funds when it comes to hiring positions or other things of that nature. But it has obviously been a challenge for districts, and understandably so. That was a lot of money that was on the table there for a couple of years. So I guess to answer your question, our analysis, we really just look at the cash flow for the prior year. We do talk to business managers to see if there are any other issues that were mentioned here that we can't see in our analysis that we need to be aware of when we're making those decisions. And we were definitely in contact with Ms. Mayo and others through this process, and we are every year to make sure, our goal here isn't to somehow limit the funds arbitrarily. We want to make sure that their needs are met, but we're also trying to protect the state's interest too with the school foundation program account. That's our responsibility to manage the cash flow for that account, which, as you know, funds all kinds of things, K-12 and other state programs.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Carroll, do you have any idea what the actual final dollar was? We're coming to a close on the ESSER dollars that came in, ESSER 1, 2, and I believe 3. And do you have an actual figure? I've heard figures floating around out there, but I'd love to hear what the state says now that we're kind of wrapping that up. And the second part of this, Mr. Vice President, that was the whole premise behind moving from 15 to 30%, was to be able to allow the districts the ability to be able to manage those dollars. Now, it's kind of interesting to me as I listen to the testimony of Ms. Mayo that those monies didn't come available to the districts until they had spent them. My thought was that they were going to the districts and we didn't want to force them to spend money unnecessarily, so give them some ability to be able to reserve some of those dollars and spread them out. But the districts didn't actually receive those dollars. They had to spend dollars before they could be reimbursed. That's my understanding of what I just heard. Is that true?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, that is correct. And that's how most of our federal programs operate. They operate on a reimbursement basis and also for us at the state level. So we basically have spending authority from the federal government, a promise from the federal government that if we spend the money, they will reimburse us for those expenditures. And so that's how we operate at the state level. That's how districts operate. And it's all a reimbursement process. So if a district expends their funds and they submit a cash request to us, we process that payment to them from the state general fund, and then we seek reimbursement from the federal government to reimburse the state. So everybody's basically processing those expenditures first and then seeking reimbursement, with the last stop being the federal government.
Mr. Vice President?
Follow up and then Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So what was maybe I'm missing something here. What was the impetus for raising it from 15 to 30 if it was a reimburse? I mean, maybe I'm all wet here, ladies and gentlemen, but I thought that money was going directly to the districts and they were needing a little bit larger ability to be able to retain that money without having to be forced basically to spend it unnecessarily if they didn't need to. Why did we move it to 30% then?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nyman, believe the idea there was that some of the ESSER funds could in fact be used to cover expenses that would have normally been expended from the general fund in each district. And so if there was the ability for any district to carry over those funds or hang on to more of their general fund, they wanted the ability to do that with the higher reserve limit. So essentially, replacing some of those normal expenditures with the ESSER funds for instruction and other things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does seem like we have the potential for a challenging situation, and I understand and appreciate WDE trying to optimize the deployment of loan funds because that is beneficial for the state. But it seems like it could have gone wrong. It didn't, but the district could have fallen short. And then we would have been in a situation where they didn't have sufficient funds to pay payroll. What's a solution? I mean, we put this in place, obviously, not to make life difficult for the districts, but actually to make life easier for the districts, because you'll recall we had a program prior to that where we didn't offer the loan and they had to go to a bank in the community and take out a short-term bridge loan to make it to the next payment. The whole purpose of this was, all right, well, let's make life easier for the districts, but now we're in a situation where maybe they end up defaulting, hopefully they don't. What's the solution so that we can optimize to ensure that we're not deploying too much capital, but she doesn't have constant concern of, am I going to be able to make payroll? I sure hope enough taxes come in from the vehicle registrations.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ruffus, that's a great question. And that really gets at what Superintendent Oskey was talking about with some recommendations. I think probably the biggest thing that we could do there is give the state, give us, the WD, more flexibility to administer those loans. The The current statute allows us to do that analysis in August and issue those loans by September 1st, and then the districts repay those loans in December. If we have the ability to conduct that process multiple times throughout the year as needed, again, still based on a demonstrated financial need by the district, in the worst-case scenario, we would have the ability to address that. Right now, we're limited by statute in how we could do that.
Right, so a revolving approach instead of a one-time per year approach would be your recommendation. Okay. And I'd ask Ms. Mayo, does that seem to be helpful?
I think that would be great. I think where we get hung up as business managers is sometimes we feel like the rules change and we're not aware of the change. So for a couple of years, I applied for the loan, I received the loan, and then all of a sudden last year, I had to have a discussion about it. Either I qualified or I didn't before. And I would always submit the report whether I qualified it or I didn't anyway. But you know, it's more about transparency and how do you qualify? What's the date you have to submit by? And if you qualify on that date, can I have the loan? Why do I have to continue to have a discussion? I'm sure you've heard this before. We have a lot of reports, especially in the fall, that we're trying to do, especially this year with recalibration. To have one more conversation that has to keep going beyond the submission date it's a lot. It's a lot to ask for people who are already having more and more demands put on them every day.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So maybe for the committee, when we get to drafting instructions, could we ask LSO to work with WDE to figure out flexibility on that loan timing? And
Yeah, I think I was just having that conversation. I don't know if it would be a separate bill or something within the recalibration, but I would be amenable to giving you that power so that we can help our schools. Matt?
Mr. Chairman, your scope of the recalibration is appropriate.
Okay.
You can stick it in there.
Then we'd be interested in that.
We'd be happy to work with LSO on that.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, so can you give us a reference on the statutory reference that you talked about that limited your power?
Mr. Chairman, it's Wyoming Statute 2113-313E.
Okay, thank you.
Subsection E.
Thank you, Matt. Yes, let's continue.
All right. Mr. Chair, Committee, Tristan Green, Chief Financial Officer for Albany County School District Number 1. I just wanted to provide a quick clarification with regards to the word reimbursement. I think it's a common misconception that a reimbursement, you pay for something and then you get made whole again. I frequently have the discussion with my district that a reimbursement isn't really a reimbursement until the expense goes away. So for instance, special ed, last year, I had a $1.4 million increase due to a high-cost student and some extra contracted services that we had to provide. I paid that last year. This year, I get reimbursed for it. But it takes the whole year to reimburse me for that. So really, I will now have gone 2 years carrying that $1.4 million before I get that back. And I'm not really getting that back. You just upped my level of funding this year to cover that expense. I don't get what I covered last year. When that child moves away, so say that child didn't come back this year and we didn't have that high cost expense, then yes, by the end of this year, that $1.4 million would have been reimbursed. But let's talk about staff. So we give staff increases. So I provided a raise this year to all staff, which included special education. Next year, I'll get reimbursed, but I still have, I will not get reimbursed. I will have a higher level of funding, which is just going to continue to allow me to pay those teachers. I don't really get the money back from the prior year that I spent. You've heard about transportation. We pay for the purchase of the vehicles. It takes 5 years to get reimbursed for that. So you have to carry that expense for 5 years. Now there is the option to lease a vehicle and your lease payment is reimbursed 100%, again, throughout the whole year of the following year. But what does that do? That incentivizes districts to go do a lease, which with a lease payment, you have fees and interest rates. So the lease is actually costing the state more than the purchase, but a district that can't cash flow a purchase has no choice but to do a lease. Again, you've heard about federal grants. Federal grants are reimbursements. So yeah, you spend the money, you get it back, but you're still spending that money. So you're always behind the game. So you have to have that fluid cash to be able to cover all of these expenses until that expense goes away. And if it never goes away, your level of funding goes up with the level of expense, but it never reimburses you for the first time you had that expense.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ma'am, would it help to do this on a quarterly refund on these out-of-district placements and things like that? Would that help alleviate some of that issue that you guys are dealing with? First question.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, I believe a few years ago you had an out-of-state appropriation. That appropriation was also funded throughout the year. So if those reimbursements could be asked for and funded on more quickly, yes, that would help.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Also on the whole transportation issue, so the districts are buying the buses. They're negotiating the contracts, they're buying the buses, and we are simply reimbursing that negotiation. The state is not involved in any way with purchasing of the buses. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, through you, actually the state handles the bid process for the buses. And then when the district needs to replace a bus, they ask WDE if they are allowed to replace the bus based on emergency, it's a lemon bus or replacement cycle. And then they get to pick a bus from the bid. And that determines their reimbursement amount. If the district chooses to add things on to the vehicle that were not part of it, then that potentially comes out of pocket from somewhere else and is not reimbursed.
Follow up?
Okay. So the state is not actually physically purchasing the buses. They're negotiating the contracts, creating the pricing for them, offering the districts this value, and if you want to add more to it, okay, I get that. But why? We're not saving any money by doing this. This is, as you explained this makes almost zero sense to me. We're going to end up having to pay for it anyway. And so we're paying interest on money as we're letting this hang out here. And I've got people in the back that are getting ready to jump up, throw their hands in the air. So why are we doing this? Can somebody please come up here and maybe help me understand this a little bit better? I ranch for a living. It needs to make sense for me, or I try not to do it. We're going backwards on this. So maybe help me understand this a little bit better, why we do this.
Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We looked at this on the Education Committee, and so we tried to fix this and broke it instead, I would say is how we managed it. So we had all the districts doing their own purchasing, and we recognized the fact that if we had a statewide negotiated purchase that we could end up saving money. That made sense, yeah. And then we looked at, well, what will it end up costing if we had to fully purchase the buses effectively as the state in any given year? And that was daunting. And so we rejected doing that, and we said, well, let's just pay the district back in 5 years because that'll be easier for the state. It's harder for the districts, but it looked good from our budget as we looked at it from the state, even though, as you pointed out, it's the same money. So this was not something I agreed with, but this is what we did. And part of the concern at the time was exactly what she was saying, which is that would push towards the lease option, where what we were trying to do as we were passing this new policy was to get away from leasing, where we recognize that you're effectively paying, 15% more per bus to lease it than to purchase it. So we almost got it right, but the 5-year push out ended up undoing the intent of the solution. The challenge, which we would have now, we had it at that point, is look at it from a cash flow basis, not just from an expenditure basis. If we fix this problem, there is a 1-year hit for the state from a cash flow standpoint, which ends up being whatever, 3/5 to 4/5, we'd have to figure out what that cash flow ends up looking like, of the value of all the outstanding cost of buses. And so for 1 year, it looks bad for the state, even though we know that at the end of the day, the balance sheet works out. It's the fear of that 1-year cash flow that is the reason we haven't fixed this problem. It's absolutely the right thing to do. It would help the districts. It helps the state in the long run. We haven't done it because 1 year of cash flow is daunting because it's a budget hit.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Anything else? Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here that would like to give testimony? What about online?
Mr. Chairman, nobody has their hand up at the moment.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think. Why don't we go ahead, Dr. Pikus, and let's move on.
It's pretty straightforward. Get the right one. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Pikus, please.
Thank you. If I could take a minute or two with a couple of thoughts about the testimony we heard to hopefully be helpful. The special ed concern that has been expressed many, many times about the year lag in the reimbursements. And it's something we haven't talked about within our evidence-based model because Wyoming is unique in that you do reimburse 100% of special ed costs, so it doesn't create the kinds of problems that a placement like that causes in other school districts where they have to figure out how to pay half of that cost. The problem is just the temporal flow. But in other states, for children with severe disabilities with very expensive IEPs, we've suggested just making it a state responsibility and just skip it, the middle person, and just in the case of the example today, it was a place in Massachusetts at $62,000 a month. Just let the state pay that and leave it out of the tracking through the district. And that might resolve that problem for them. The other thing is, and I always hate to use my home state as an example, and I'm sure you all agree there's really no point in doing it, but I live in a state where we have sometimes $25 billion surpluses followed by $60 billion deficits, and it all makes sense if you take the last 3 zeros off. But we also live in a state where the legislature has consciously withheld the last payment to school districts in June and put it into the next fiscal year to push forward their problems. And school districts routinely borrow money from banks to deal with these short-term kind of problems. Usually it's called a tax revenue anticipation notice. I believe they're legal, and Senator Roth has mentioned that districts have done it. Obviously, you incur interest costs, but it creates a short-term solution to manage cash flow. And I don't know the extent to which they are not used, but it is a short-term issue, and the downside is you pay interest, the upside is you provide a little bit of support for local banks, which may also be something that you want to do. And typically, because they're very secure loans, they're going to get the money from the state, who in theory is a reliable provider of those funds. They should be short-term and relatively low cost. So that's another possibility. With that, I'm happy to move forward to the review of the evidence-based model. If my pace is too fast or too slow, Mr. Co-Chair, please just stop me and let me know how you want this to proceed.
So please proceed, but take your time. Let's do this right. So,
certainly.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm responsive to how you want this to proceed. And so I'm going to start with a very quick reminder that there are 5 components of the model. The first and the biggest one in the upper left-hand corner of that little graphic is staffing for core programs. And those are what goes on in classrooms every day and all the things that we typically think of as happening in schools. It's principals, it's teachers, it's supplies and materials, it's technology, those sorts of things. Maybe not technology. The second one, upper right-hand corner, dollar per pupil resources. There's some things where you're buying things other than people, and that would be funded through that process. There are then additional resources for struggling students, which in this state are defined as low-income English language learners, and at the secondary level, children who are mobile, that is, they've moved twice in a school year. And there are additional personnel resources resourced in the model to help provide the services they may need because of the additional challenges. Now, in our concept of the model, any child is that's struggling, that's why we call them struggling students, is eligible for those extra help strategies. And we use low-income NELL as a proxy for estimating the need in each district. That's the purpose of using those. If you use the children who are struggling and not doing well on tests and get their test scores up and take the money away, the children who follow don't have the advantage of the same programs, and often test scores fall back down. So you need a proxy rather than just that count of students. And then finally, we have central office functions. And we'll talk more about that when we get to it, because we sent you a memo just before we got here with some minor modifications to the central office plan. And then there's Wyoming-specific factors, most of which I think we talked about yesterday with Drs. Taylor and Stoddard, the ECA, the RCA, and salary levels. So, and then there's benefits, and we talked also yesterday, I know you talked about health insurance and those issues. So obviously drive the cost of the model once we've allocated the level of resources. I'm not going to go through this. This is just a picture of more detail of what I'm about to go through in detail, so we'll just go through them, I think. A quick reminder that WA versus Wyoming is under appeal, but there are 6 issues that the court has asked that changes be made. It's the RCA, the ECA, the level of salaries. I think both of those were addressed yesterday. Your choice, there's counselors in the elementary schools, school resource officers, food programs, and then computers for every student. And that's the only one we really didn't talk about yesterday of these issues as you proceed forward in your work. I'll mention it more when we get to the technology component of the model. So we'll start with staffing for core programs. And the first and the biggest issue probably in the whole model are class sizes. And there's 2 components of this. There's one of the, if you will, the core teachers, the teachers who actually are in classrooms working with students every day. And then follow up in the next slide will be elective or specialist teachers. So I'll start with this, and then we'll move to the other. The evidence-based model has consistently recommended class sizes of 15-to-1 in grades K through 3 and 25-to-1 in grades 4 through 12. We continue to do so. We think that that's what the literature best supports and what makes sense. Wyoming's numbers are a little different. It's 16-to-1 in grades K through 5, and it's 21-to-1 above that. And there are, for 6th grades in elementary schools, they generate the elementary ratio. So it's not quite as just clear cut as this. Different school organizational structures lead to slightly different applications of the ratio. That obviously has implications for the number of teachers that the state employs. There are fewer teachers in the evidence-based model than in the current Wyoming model. This is a function of what the model was when we first did our recalibration in 2005. It came out of the work that MAP did. And in case anybody doesn't remember, I was involved in the MAP work as well. So I came in late to that process, but helped with the model building. We don't believe you need to change that, and that 15 and 25 are the correct numbers and would work well. I guess I'll just keep talking, and if somebody has a question, we'll catch it one way or the other.
So if there's anyone on the committee that needs to be or wants a question, please just get my attention. Otherwise, we'll continue on. And The recommendation on this was something you had previously recommended, correct?
We've been consistent since 2005.
Previous recalibration committees ignored that.
They chose not to accept our recommendation. I'll leave it to you to choose how you want to call that.
Okay, go on.
But yeah, it's the same effect. We then have the elective teachers, and in elementary schools, there's usually a period a day for teachers to have planning and collaboration, and for teachers then to provide coverage for those classes. Usually they provide art, music, or PE classes, or what makes the most sense in the school. In middle and high schools, where you may have departmentalized instruction, where students change classes each period, or sometimes part of the day they're in a home classroom, and others they change classes. Typically, and it's easiest to think of this at a high school because it's always departmentalized kinds of instruction. Middle schools vary a little bit, but typically students will take 6 classes a day, and teachers will teach 5 classes a day. And those numbers vary. Schools have different sorts of proportions and whatever. But if a student takes 6 classes a day and a teacher teaches 5, and the ratio is 25-1, you're not going to have classes of 25. You're going to have bigger classes. So this is to resolve that problem. In the evidence-based model for elementary schools, we would add an additional 20% of the number of teachers. So if the school generates 10 teachers, there'd be 2 more. In the middle school, we recommend, again, 20% of the number of core middle school teachers. Wyoming has used the figure of 33% in the middle schools. And again, that was a decision that was made in 2005 and has remained. We still recommend everywhere else 20%. High schools, we moved to 33, the recommendation is at 33%. In the evidence-based model, it's largely a function of enabling block scheduling. The idea in a block schedule is if there's 8 periods in a day, which is the easiest math for me, this is still early in the morning, I think, and a cup of coffee short. But the idea is instead of going to 8 classes a day, you would go to a class for 2 period lengths on Monday and a different class for 2 period lengths on Tuesday. And this enables the district to have enough teachers to cover all those courses and give every teacher one of those two period block periods a day for planning. So that's why that number is 33%. There's a very small technical thing. We actually use the number 1/3, and in the original work in Wyoming, we came up with 33%. So technically, we're 0.33% higher than the Wyoming model. I don't particularly think that's a huge issue in terms of number of teachers across the state. I know we've calculated it before, Matt. I don't remember if you remember, but it's relatively small. The bigger issue is the issue of the ratios in the middle schools. Okay. Career and technical education has been a very, well, we have the report that's in the thing. It's been an interesting conversation. In 2005, the evidence-based model recommended no additional CTE staff. That was the recommendation. The argument that we had made following some of the literature that had come out in those days was most career and technical education had moved to more technology-based kinds of things, health tech, nanotech, those sorts of things, and they worked fine in a class of 25. The legislature, probably correctly, if in retrospect, thought that we needed more teachers to cover CTE classes that require greater supervision. And in the tours of the schools that I've taken, both in Du Bois and in both Sundance and Upton, there are large numbers of classrooms devoted to a wide range of CTE kinds of coursework that students spend a lot of time in. So the state has typically provided a student weight of 1.29, which has the effect of creating more teachers for the program.
Yes, Representative Bear.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Not a problem.
Dr. Pikus, I just want to add to what you were saying. I think from the legislator's perspective, and anybody on this panel can correct me if I'm incorrect in saying this, but we're looking at an outlook of 80% of the jobs in the future being CTE jobs. I think the legislature's behavior in the past really was focused on what the future outlook is, and CTE needing to be a focus. So we passed legislation that really puts some focus on this. It does carve out a different number for this part of the model. But I still think that this is needing to be a focus as we go forward, and maybe we need to treat CTE specially. But if the demand is there, much more so than other areas that we educate our children on, for instance, continuing on to university level or whatever those opportunities might be. One of the things that we hear in the legislature routinely is that so many of our young people are leaving the state. And so we want to focus on things that are going to keep our most valuable resource here in the state. And I think CTE is just one of those levers that we can pull to ensure that we're educating them, a workforce that's going to stay right here in the state. So would you agree?
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Baer, you said far more eloquently than I would have what I was about to say. So I think we're on generally the same page. And this is in part, just to be completely frank, an internal conversation that continues largely between Dr. Odden and myself, but with the people who we work with as well. I'm convinced that what you say is correct and that there are needs for smaller classes and more resources in CTE. I believe in the last 20 years, there's been a change. 20 years ago, everybody was supposed to go to college, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. I think, as you said, that makes less sense probably anywhere, particularly in Wyoming, where there are many, many jobs that really require a set of skills. We have moved our recommendation from no weight to 1.2. That's less than the 1.29. The conversations I've had is, why are you cutting CTE? And it's, I guess it's a way of looking at, this is a half full, half empty problem. We've raised our number. It's still lower than yours. And I don't know what you will choose to do. But I think the logic of needing more resources for CTE teachers makes a great deal of sense. And it's not my place to ever stand in the way of the decisions legislatures make, but with Alan hiding somewhere else, I wouldn't tell you not to go. Not that I wouldn't tell you you're wrong to take your recommendation or what you currently do or something else rather than my number there. Is that I'm trying to be brutally honest with you here in a place where I'm a little uncomfortable, but my job is to do the best for the students of Wyoming. So that's where it is. And then in addition, for each CTE teacher, we provide, at this point, it's just over $14,000 for specialized equipment each year. The other couple of things that are different in the way the Wyoming model works is you provide that amount of equipment for a minimum of 2 CTE teachers in a school district, even if they don't have that many CTE teachers. Some of the very small districts don't. So it provides money for that specialized equipment for children who need it. And then to some extent, I think a lot of this has moved into a categorical type program at this point. At least the equipment has. I think some of the resources for teachers probably have not.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, last year, the legislature enacted a law that put that equipment and supplies in a categorical grant with that minimum funding. It's much more difficult to target the CTE teachers because those are embedded within your 33% of specialist teachers. And also, I would argue they're embedded in with the minimum teachers that you offer. And so these additional CTE teachers are just in addition to those specialists, and then are accounted for in your minimum teacher count for each school. So you really can't target all of the CTE teachers that are allocated.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in my conversations with people who do a lot of CTE work, who I talked about putting together this project, the problem is they really felt that you needed $1 million study to study what your needs are. And you may, but I wasn't sure that was what was on the table when we put the recalibration together. And I'll let them try to convince you of that at some point in time if you want to. And I'm happy to connect staff or members of the legislature to the people we've worked with who are really quite well recognized across the country. Okay, so it says see small school recommendation above. Yesterday would be the point that would be above in the proposal. We have talked about prototypical school. Let me move into prototypical schools here for a brief moment, and then we'll get to this. In our model, we use a prototypical school to estimate resources. And in the evidence-based model everywhere except Wyoming, they're substantially larger schools than we generally see in Wyoming. That is, elementary school prototype is 450, a middle school is 450, and a high school is 600. In Wyoming, those prototypes are 288, 315, and then for high school, 630, and some things vary around whether we use 315 or 630. And then we think of those as 1, 2, and 3 unit schools. So for example, in an elementary school, a 1 unit school is 1/3 of 288, which is 96, and a 2 unit school is 192. And if you move to 15 and 25 for the ratios that you have for the middle school and the high school continue to work very well, but Matt and I have been talking at some length, and it may be that we need a larger prototype, and it starts at 110, and we just go to 220 and then 330 as a prototype for doing, and these are really mechanisms for calculating resources and allocating things down and recognizing in some places you need a principal even at 110 children, okay? So you can't have 1/3 of a principal compared to a prototypical school. There's others where you can, and just to save some time perhaps in public testimony, I do recognize that fractional employees are always a challenge, and we'll hear about that. We've heard about that in the things, and it's of course an issue and a concern, and how districts manage that varies from place to place and what works best. And as you know, Dr. Brown presented yesterday a proposal. One of the problems in the model is when schools get really small, different kinds of things are needed. When we met in 2005, we worked out this sort of thing for very small schools of a principal and 1 teacher for every 7 students. And then at 50, we went to where the model was. The legislature at that time implemented some minimum numbers of teachers in middle and high schools that were higher than we had in the model. And what it led to were those cliff effects that Dr. Brown demonstrated yesterday, where if a school moves from 50 to 49, or it can actually happen. Amanda, who testified last year, pointed out that there was an audit a couple of years later for ADM, and it changed the ADM count by a very, very small fraction, and she suddenly owed $365,000 because it was a little lower. Dr. Brown's plan just really smooths those curves so that regardless of the school level where the ADM counts change, you lose 1.5% per student, and it makes it easier to manage the challenges there. The other thing that goes on, and we haven't talked about, is ADM counts. And in our model, we recommend using the ADM that you currently have or a rolling 3-year average of ADM to provide a soft landing when enrollment declines. And that's largely because you have a lot of, I don't know, Lori's here, I don't know whether you would call teachers, they're not quite a fixed cost, but they're not as variable a cost as some things that you can just change right away. And you also, if 1 student or 2 students leave, you can't necessarily undo a teacher or a fraction of a teacher. So it gives the districts time to plan. So most states, ADM has some kind of soft landing mechanism in it, which gives you either what you have this year or the rolling average, whichever is greater. And it gives districts a chance to work their way through. So we're good there. Okay. The EB model provides 1.5 coaches. We call them instructional facilitators when we started this. They really are what the literature now really thinks of as coaches. It's the same idea to help teachers to be better teachers. And we provide 1.5 instructional coaches for each prototypical school. And that we've recommended funding as a categorical grant. That came on, we did a series of resource allocation studies between 2005 and 2010. We worked with the University of Wyoming, and several students worked with us and earned their EDDs along the way. I don't know if Dr. Ayers is here today or not. Dr. Odden served on his committee. So we served on committees. We worked with them. Your current model provides a lower level of coaches than the EB model recommends, and our recommendation would remain the same. So, but we would suggest a categorical grant because at the time we did the study, the districts weren't always employing the coaches. Coaches were less well thought of 20 years ago than they are now. There's a great deal of evidence that coaches do make a difference and do help teachers be better teachers. And I think there's less resistance in districts, but we've continued to suggest that be a categorical grant.
Any questions by the committee? Okay,
Okay.
please.
Okay, tutors are to help children who are struggling. And so we provide a tutor for each prototypical school. There's a lot of conversations in the literature around tutoring since COVID to help students make up for the lost learning that occurred when they were out of school or when they were where things were just different. And intensive tutoring, generally in the topic the students are struggling with until they're no longer struggling with it, seems to be a model that works fairly well. Our concept of a tutor is it's a certificated teacher, so it's not my high school age son coming over and helping a kid in the 9th grade with their algebra or something. It's a certificated teacher. Your model is a little bit different in terms of there's these one core tutors here, but there are additional tutors in the at-risk model, and you've sort of mixed the two together in a way that makes sure there's a tutor, but it's a little bit lower level of resources than I think the EB model would create, and we would stick with our recommendation on that. And if we want to get really into the weeds on that, I'm happy to, but I might need Mr. Wilmarth to help me out a little bit to make sure I get the math right. He's got the model down better than I do sometimes, most of the time. Big difference in substitute teachers is we provide just more substitute teachers than the current Wyoming funding model provides. We provide 10 days instead of about 8.75 days for each of the people who are counted to create substitute teachers. I think the bigger issue is our report at this point suggests a daily rate of about $261 a day, which is a very large jump from current number. It's based on I think we decided on a 195-day school year, and then the average salary that Dr. Stoddard provided yesterday. The average, I think, in the state now is around, with all the benefits that are paid, about $127 a day, and so our number is higher than that when it all adds up. And it hinges from a part that we think to get good substitutes, you need to pay them at similar rates, and also it's in the professional judgment panels. For most of the years, we've been doing panels in Wyoming, certainly in 2020, and this round we've heard the challenges of finding people to serve as substitute teachers in the districts, and the laws of economics or the rules of economics make sense that if you offer a higher salary, you're likely to attract more people. So that's what undergirds that recommendation. Counselors, and again, we would provide, the EB model provides a counselor for every prototypical elementary, middle, and high school. You provide them only in the middle schools and high schools, unless there's some at-risk counselors. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Pikus, let me go back to substitute teachers just for a moment. Your EB model recommends 10 days of substitute teachers provided for all teachers and all the staff there. What happens if a teacher needs to have more 10 days or less than 10 days? Are those banked, or if you need more than 10 days, do you go without? How does that work?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Co-Speaker, Chair, Co-Chair, I'm sorry. Having the speaker across next to you just throws me for a loop, right? Pretty soon I'll start saying Mr. President too, Senator Bateman. I'll get there, I will, I promise. It's getting my brain to remember to say that, at least when I start, with proper respect, which I always want to have. I think those often become individual district policy decisions, and whether they will, I mean, it really hinges around sick leave policies. So how teachers, when they take time for sick leave, or if they give them time for other things, how, this provides a core of money to pay for substitutes, and it would pay for a substitute where if you and I both worked at a school and I took 15 days and you took 5, this would cover that. How the district's individual policies revolve around that, and what their policies are around medical leave and changing with the rules that human resources always seems to understand, and I never do, would be the difference. But that's probably individually district, yeah. So it's an average.
Follow up, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So in summary, we provide a block grant for substitute teachers at the rate of 10 days per teacher, and how that's utilized is up to local control.
Mr. Co-Chair, that's correct. And if they don't use it all, they can obviously spend it somewhere else.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much, I haven't seen like the statistics, the demographics on how much of the substitute use is for internal programmatic use, for example, either professional development or activities related, versus I've got a sick teacher that needs to be covered. Do we have a sense of that? I'm sure there's data nationally for that.
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Rothfuss, I don't know if the data exists at that refined a level. I don't think it does. The other thing to remember is that our model, we would recommend, the EB model would recommend a 195-day school year, which was more than 185-day school year for which the salary estimate was provided yesterday. So it would raise the average salary to about $74,000. And then there's 10 days for professional development, which the literature would suggest would best be embedded before school starts, or at least a week of it before school starts, and then a week of it spread out. So that would give additional days for those professional developments. Beyond that, how school districts allocate substitute days for professional development opportunities for teachers versus covering days when they're out ill or for other personal reasons, those data I don't think are here.
Okay, quick follow-up, Mr.
Yes, please.
Do you, when you were doing the PJPs, were there any concerns regarding how we implement substitute teachers other than the fact that they need to be paid more? Or was that the only concern that was raised?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Rothfuss, Dr. Brown just whispered in my ear what I also found to be the case, so I think we're in agreement here. And she's been in many of the panels. The biggest concern is more pay to be sure they can get enough substitutes. The overriding concern is in many communities, there just aren't people available to serve as substitutes. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we heard some of those concerns in both the districts we toured, 2.5 weeks ago.
And Mr. Chairman, final question, is it only the pay that is causing that problem, or is there anything related to certification or just availability of qualified personnel?
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator Rothfuss, I'm sure it's both of those issues. I think the pay, in the conversations we had with school officials, the pay issue seems to be the overwhelming concern. That is, there are people who are qualified to be substitutes who have alternative opportunities that pay them better, and in some instances, more consistently.
Okay.
So it's just hard to find people who are willing to be substitutes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question is very similar to the senator's, based on your professional meetings. You've talked about compensation in terms of pay, but were there conversations about the other parts of compensation? It seems to me like with substitute teachers, we generally try to keep them in a part-time basis. In fact, they generally like that because they like the flexibility in their schedule. But by doing so, we limit some of the benefits that they receive. Mm-hmm. And were there any conversation in the PJPs that led you to believe that like we heard yesterday when it came to food service, some novel ideas were implemented to ensure that the food service employees had a better opportunity at the school district than they would out in the public sector based on receiving benefits. So was there any input from the school districts in regards to benefits for substitute teachers making an impact on the hiring, the retention of substitute teachers, anything along those lines?
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Bear, really that didn't come up a great deal. I think substitutes are typically treated as, day-to-day employees in large districts. And that, I don't know if the two big districts in this state do it or not, but large districts, I'm talking 100,000 students, 300,000 students, like that, there often are a number of people employed as substitute teachers with a full-time teaching job. And then they obviously get all the benefits that accrue to a teacher. And they're paid at the rate of a teacher as they would be on a salary schedule. So they're probably a little more expensive than day-to-day substitutes. But they fill their job every day. A district with several hundred or a couple thousand children probably would be unable to fill a substitute teacher's days for a full year, and the problem you would have is there'd be days when that full-time person had nothing to do, and other days when you needed 3 substitutes, of whom that would only be 1. So that's, it's partly a function of size and availability, but there really was no discussion about trying to find ways to provide something like health insurance benefits or something like that. I don't know if that would generate a smaller, more reliable pool of substitutes or not. I got the sense, and Amanda will tell me if she got the sense, that in many of the smaller districts, they rely a lot on people who were teachers who've retired and remain in the community. And so benefits become a different need. If you've retired and you're old enough, you have Medicare and other kinds of benefits, or you're living on your teaching pension. The issue is some additional income for the household and filling your time with something you still love to do. So that's I think a lot of what happens in those communities. And I don't know if there's any extent to where there are some graduate students or people in Laramie who, while they're at the university, also serve as substitute teachers or not, but that's typically not been a particularly productive way to get substitute teachers in school districts. There might be a few.
Follow up? You good? Okay. Dr. Pikus, I think at around 10 o'clock, I'm going to give the committee a quick break, so
Okay.
please continue until then.
I will do my best to keep an eye on this, but please stop me if I just keep rambling on. Mr. Co-Chair, one of the problems with hiring a professor to do this work is I'm accustomed to only speaking in 50-minute bursts. So you just have to stop me when that happens. I don't know if Senator Rothfuss has the same challenge or not, or Dr. Taylor.
He does.
But all right, so I think the biggest difference here is you don't have counselors at the elementary level. The EB model would include counselors at that level. And as one of the proposals or one of the suggestions we made earlier was that in response to the court suggesting mental health counselors in elementary schools, that having counselors, as this model suggests, may or may not meet what the judge felt were mental health counselors, but our assumption is that would, if you had counselors at that level, that would meet their that might meet his expectation. But I'm certainly not going to opine on what a judge is going to say or what they'll do on appeal. But our model would have the counselors at the elementary level as well.
Mr. President.
Oh, yeah, so many of the recommendations in this model have been there for as long as I can remember. Wyoming and Arkansas were, and I guess our first real adequacy study where we laid this out to a state legislative committee was in Kentucky, probably in 2001 or 2002, but that's been consistent.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the judge an expert on education, and is the judge an expert on mental health? And were you consulted, Mr. Pikus, Dr. Pikus, on this issue?
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. President, I was retained as a fact witness in the case. I was not called as a witness. I wasn't consulted by the judge in any way, shape, or form, and I am unable to opine on whether he's an expert in education or not. I think I can remember his name, but beyond that, and I've read his decision many times, but I have no knowledge of that.
You were not called?
I was not called as a witness, no, sir. The EB recommendation in the past has been one nurse for every 750 ADM. That recommendation was based on the School Nurses Association's national organization and their sort of standards for doing that. One of the problems with a recommendation like that, as we've learned over the years, is that doesn't work well when you have to go 50 miles in 3 different directions to come up with 750 children, and there are children in every school who now have much greater needs even than they did 20 years ago in terms of routinely receiving medications and care, much less, the continually slips and falls that children are prone to have. We talked about that a great deal last year when we did the work in Colorado, and we looked at similar challenges in eastern Colorado, where the schools are far apart. At this point, our recommendation is one nurse for every prototypical school, which would more than double the number of nurses if you can identify and find them. That would provide more coverage. It doesn't undo the issue of windshield time and there being in every school at every time. Again, the hard part is finding the nurses, but also just schools are small, and it's difficult to have, the examples some of you have used and some of the people who've testified have used, nurses can get 4-day-a-week jobs for $80,000 a year in some of the cities here, and so those are tricky challenges. But we would try to identify one nurse for every prototypical school. Okay.
Okay, any questions by the committee? Okay.
Supervisory aides. Now, people are familiar that in many elementary schools, there are instructional aides in classrooms to work with teachers. The evidence-based model has never resourced instructional aides except where they're required for an IEP in special education. The reason is the studies that looked at class size, they used 3 groups. The one most widely cited, and it's been a long time, but it's still the most widely cited study, because it's hard to do a random control study of schools, because each of you would want to make sure your child was in the classroom you wanted him to be in, and that undoes the randomization very quickly. But it was a Tennessee Star study, and they studied smaller classes, larger classes with an aide. There were real effects of the smaller classes, which we've incorporated in our model, particularly for low-income children, which is what's led to our struggling student recommendations. But there was no statistical difference in the performance of students if they were in a class with or without instructional aid. In the state, just didn't find. So teachers love instructional aides. I'm married to a preschool teacher. She'll tell me she needs more people helping her. So I can say this in Wyoming: when I go home, I have to be more careful. We do think, though, that schools need help, so teachers can focus on their work and their planning time and things like that, with supervision in hallways and helping particularly younger children get on the right school bus every day. So we provide supervisory aides in the schools, roughly 2 in an elementary, middle school, and 3 in a high school, to help with those kinds of supervisory duties. But these are supervisory aides, they're not instructional aides. And I don't know that we've got a resource allocation study that's quite as close. I haven't looked at crew reports, but I think there are generally more instructional aides in the schools than the 0 that we suggest.
Dr. Pikus, I think...
you want to stop right now?
Yeah, I think this might be a good time for the committee to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 15. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, we'll bring this meeting back, and Dr. Pikus, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We're at librarians and media tech. I think our librarian recommendation is basically what it was before. In the past, we've had a lot of, or some staff to support computers, instructional computing and such in the schools. Never heard that that was enough from the field. Today's computing is very different than it was 20 years ago. We've moved most computer tech positions to the central office, and we'll talk about that when we get to the central office, and less computer folks at the individual schools, the theory being that they can reach those computers electronically and not have to drive from school to school. Our recommendations on principals and assistant principals haven't changed at all. So we'll roll on that. It's basically one per school unless the school gets really small, and assistant principals as schools get bigger. In the past, we've had two categories of clerical staff, secretaries and clerical staff. The idea being clerical staff are 9-month employees, secretaries are 12-month employees. We have just moved to simplify this, and we staff everybody at a rate of 12 months because school clerical staff actually do spend time in schools during the summer as well, and it reduces the number of salaries in the model. That moves us on to dollar per pupil resources, of which we can roll through fairly quickly. Okay, this is.
Yes, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of you here, Doctor, but on the computer technician, you have a minimum of a half a position in each district. How did you envision that working exactly?
Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Bear, thank you. The idea is today, I don't know how the IT staff works for legislators, but if you're not in Cheyenne where they are, they can usually tap into your computer and help you solve a problem without you having to have the computer where they are. The idea would be that half-time technician, and that's in a very small district, bigger districts would have more, works in the district office and supports those kinds of things, and then could tap into a teacher's computer and help them do it. And in terms of student computing, the recommendation is to use one-to-one computing with Chromebooks and have actually a little more than one computer. So when a child leaves their computer at home or breaks it or whatever, you pull another one off the shelf, you set them up and they start learning, and then you figure out how to fix their computer if you can, but it doesn't have to wait for somebody to come and take care of it. It enables the student to continue their learning, and it enables the teacher to continue the learning that they've organized without the disruption of one student not having the instructional materials that they need.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm really kind of still digging into this. We have a small district. The minimum is a half. I don't see how you can get below one unless they're working for another district, and I guess that's what I'm getting at. Or you're job sharing and this person has other duties like we talked about yesterday in the food service. How do we do this half for a minimum, or should the minimum be one?
Well, I think in a district with 500 children and one or two schools, and again, I'm relying on a consultant I've worked with. His view is that an individual could actually manage the maintenance of the network and those computer needs. The computers are very stable. They don't need a lot of help once they're set up and they run. And so that was his advice. That's where I mean, we have a lot of people doing it at the university too, but it's because each and every professor has to have their own special setup. Okay, so we charge you, you can force students to all have the same setup, and it changes the economics dramatically. Sure. Okay, this is instruction. No, this is
wrong, but here's the report.
Senator.
What's going on there?
I'm just curious, as I go through our state constitution, I don't see anywhere where it says every student needs a computer. I'm not saying they do or they don't. But once again, I'm back to, we have a judge making a statement and calling it unconstitutional if we don't do it. So I guess my question is, do you agree with the constitutionality of the judge's findings? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair, Senator McKeon, I think the Constitution probably doesn't specifically state computers are needed. Depending on when these clauses were written, they may not have existed. But and I don't know the timing and the history of the Constitution well enough to know that. I think what it requires is to provide every child with the education that they need to succeed today. And I think the really important thing that came up at one other conversation we had about this is employers expect students to know how to use computers. And computers provide a very powerful tool to help with learning and to provide access to information and also to update instructional materials fairly quickly. But it's really that important issue of children need to be able to leave school fully prepared to wrestle with the computers like we all have to. I don't know what happened to this thing.
And as we've gone through this process, I think most of the superintendents and school people have already told us all the students already do have a computer. Is that your finding?
I don't know the answer to that. There often families have a computer, but not necessarily a computer that a child can bring to school every day. But more importantly, and I was just sharing this with I think Representative Bear, about the number of computer techs that are needed. If every student has a computer, they're all going to be different. And at the university where I work, we have a lot of computer tech staff helping us because each of us, me included, want to have our own computer doing its own thing. So the challenge now is, how do you ensure that the instructional materials that you've purchased through a license will operate on any computer a child brings to school at the same general speed? That is, I think, the challenge is we really need every child to have the same book. You need the child to have access to the same computer. Now, in terms of one-to-one, the research does not suggest every child has to have a computer in order to learn efficiently, that they can be shared and that you can have learning lessons around that. The problem is, since the pandemic, everybody has one-to-one. I don't want to say all teachers, that would be probably jumping far beyond what I know, but a lot of instruction is now planned around the assumption that children have access to a computer and have access to the internet or the cloud and are expected to be able to do that. So this is in part kind of catching up with the rest of with the world, that there are these computers. And the challenge is having one computer at home where mom needs a computer, dad needs a computer, big brother, little sister needs the computer. The child may not have access to the computer to do their homework at home, and certainly can't bring it to school and use it at school. So to ensure that every child has that, it seems that the only way you can do that is to have a computer for each child and the ability to replace it very quickly. That's the logic.
Okay, let's go
Mr. Co-Chair,
forward.
I have a problem. I think my slides are missing some slides. This dollar per pupil resources, I've got this slide and that's it. So I'm going to scroll through the document and talk about each one at a time, and my apologies. I don't know if I did something or my computer did something to me. See, that's why I need a computer tech. And that's the problem right there. So anyway, yours works backwards from mine. So what's the first one here? Okay, so the first one is instructional materials, and our recommendation the recommendation has been $210 per ADM. The state has increased that by the ECA, and after doing the analysis, the EB recommendation for 2025 is $300 per ADM, which is $245 for instructional materials, $35 for library materials and subscriptions, and $20 for AI development, since AI is part of the world now. Okay, that was on page 67 of the report. And I'm scrolling through, there's all this great research that goes along with this. The EB model has resources for assessment inside the school, for formative assessments and end of class and end of unit assessments of $25 per ADM. That has not been funded in the past by the state. You've relied entirely on the YTOP systems for YTOP's assessment for that. But the $25 would provide resources for formative assessments to understand how students are doing, what they need, and then how they're doing. The technology recommendation has now, it's been $250 per ADM since 2005, because the cost of computing goes down for the amount of power you need, and that had assumed a 3-to-1 ratio. If you move to a 4-to-1, 1-to-1 ratio, and provide additional computing resources in the school so that there's always a computer available when a child needs it, and you also, the number that Scott came to was 1.4 computers to 1. That also purchases computers for the teacher, for the principal, and it provides for electronic devices for other kinds of things that happen in the school around maintenance. She's not here, but Mary Jo from Powell pointed out in one of the PJ panels that they have about 2,000 students and 4,000 devices in their district. So there's just lots and lots and lots of devices doing lots of computing, and so that becomes part of it. And it's a little different. All of the schools we were at had key cards to get in and out for security, and that's part of the money from the central office resources. Moving on here, and again, my apologies for this. Okay, this is the data on how we got to those recommendations. So we talked about CTE equipment. When we talked about CTE, for student activities, we had a sliding model that provided more money per ADM. We had $35 in elementary school, and then a sliding model based on inversely related to enrollment for student activities at the middle school, and a higher number for the high school. We routinely heard that was inadequate. In 2020, we proposed an alternative model that put more money into to the schools for activities. It is still less than the schools districts appear to spend on activities. We would stand by our revised model that it provides a more adequate or an adequate amount of resources for activities. The challenges has largely been just the vast distances in Wyoming. And that boils down to, as I said, the PJ panels, it's a choice between trying to find closer opponents who may be not the same size schools, or looking across state lines sometimes or more often, rather than traveling long distances. You all know how that'll play with your communities better than I do, but I can guess. So we'll leave it at that. Our recommendation is a little higher than the other one, and probably still a little lower than expenditures. And then, okay, maintenance and operations. There's a process for maintenance and operations that we have done for several years. We developed, the one thing that we discovered when we went searching for new literature, they all quoted the same source from 1975 that we'd started with for schools. So it hasn't changed, so our recommendations haven't changed. Oh, okay, she's, apparently I've dropped out of the share. And we're ready to move to Central Office Administration. We have provided, the model, there's a memo that you all received. The big change, we have allocations of personnel at districts with 500 or less, at 1,000, at 2,000, 4,000, and 12,000. The biggest change from the report document you received and the purpose of the memo is in working, there are now, particularly in the larger districts, there's resources for network managers, for software managers, and for computer techs. And we had sort of the same salary for all three of those positions, which didn't really make any sense. And I had a conversation with Dr. Stoddard, and it didn't make it to her slides, but I remembered it. The computer tech positions are funded at about $60,000 a year, and that's in relation to a job title in the Wyoming employment data that match that. And then the network and the software managers are funded at about $68,000 a year salary. And that lined up nicely with another occupation in the Wyoming data. And both, the key in Wyoming is sometimes you just don't have big enough samples to estimate salaries for more specific job categories. But in this case, because everybody does technology, she was able to estimate those. So we added a couple of positions, particularly more among the bigger districts. We had several sort of high-level administrative positions in districts, and the challenge was deputy or assistant superintendents were higher than business managers, and yet when we started looking at school districts, the roles aren't as neatly defined in small districts as they might be in a larger district. That is, business managers take on a lot of responsibilities that there are often several people that do in a bigger district. And so we consolidated salaries into three categories, one of which was essentially people with superintendent in their salary or the assumption of that. So it'd be, it's about $124,000 in its business managers, it's deputy and assistant and associate superintendents. Then we created another position, which we start showing up as districts get bigger, for other directors and managers. And there wasn't a great place to find comparative salaries in Wyoming, and we used the principal salary as a sort of a manager title. And then in the very largest districts, there's a third category of central district officials who have positions that have management, leadership kinds of responsibilities, but really aren't directors or managers specifically, and those got resourced at $90,000. So we added some categories to more closely fund what appears to go on in central offices as they get bigger. We've worked for years to try to come up with models, and I've brought in groups of superintendents, and they're not even consistent in what you would do at different size districts, and as it goes up, they come up with different titles. So it revolves around these things, but this, what's in that memo, I think, at this moment makes a great deal of sense. Those are the, so I'll move on to transportation. You fund yourselves. Food services we've talked about already, and that leaves us to resources for struggling students. And the idea here is there are four main areas of at-risk students or supports for struggling students. One is additional tutors. One is additional pupil support staff. They're both funded at one at-risk pupil support position for every 100 identified students. So each child would generate a count for both tutors, at-risk tutors, and for at-risk pupil support. Each at-risk one would generate that. And then this year, and I think I may have addressed this question, there's an error on this slide as well, but it should be $50, not $65. I addressed this when I talked with you at one other time. The instructional areas have about $50 per area per year for instructional materials. The logic here was you may need some money to provide that kind of support for students in who you're providing additional at-risk support, tutoring support for. And again, I've had conversations with Alan as to whether it's needed or whether the kids bring their own materials or not. So we settled on the $50. The second part, or the third and fourth part of struggling students is extended day and summer school. And we essentially provide 2 hours, 5 days a week funding for half the at-risk students for extended day. And we provide a 6 to 8 week summer program, again, for half the at-risk students, or half the at-risk count. And the logic behind that is we don't think everybody's going to come and attend those programs. So that gives us the logic of how that would work. And then that funds teachers to do it. There are more hours for a teacher to work 2 hours a day after school to work with students than there are in an 8-week summer school program. But The model for extended day is children come and the teacher helps them with the problem they bring. In the summer school, the teacher actually has to prepare lesson plans, give assignments and grade assignments, so there's additional time beyond classroom time, and it, excuse me, in theory, should approximately equal out. So that's what we do with that. And then the final struggling student are English language learners. And again, it's one teaching position for every 100 identified ELL students. And I apologize, it's $50 per student, not $65 in the current recommendation. The one thing we have heard in professional judgment panels is that when there's a large influx suddenly of children who don't speak English, this isn't enough resources. And that's it's not a random event per se, but you don't know what district it's going to land on or what group of districts it may happen. And it's sort of temporary till the families move in and are acclimated to the community, and then that need would disappear. So something like newcomer centers would be something that would be funded on an occasional categorical type grant basis, especially outside of the model, if and when it occurs. And in the present environment, I suspect that's less likely than it has been in the past, and I don't know how to predict the future on those things. That gets us to Wyoming-specific factors, which we talked about. So I'm through the model in a 50-yard dash there, but I'm happy to respond and answer questions as you need me to.
So is there any questions from the committee? This is not new. We've all read through this, and so very much appreciate you going over again this information. If there are not any questions, I again want to turn to public comment. I want to give everyone the opportunity to have time to give that public testimony. So let's kind of go through what we've done before. I guess the first I'd like to hear from anyone from the public. We have any parents, any teachers? Yes, please come forward then. And again, just a reminder, please introduce yourselves, and we're happy to hear from you, and thank you for coming, and the floor is yours. Yes, I think that's good to go, yeah.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Murray, and I am a citizen here in Casper. I moved here in 1989 as a student in middle school. By the time I reached high school, I'd been in 12 schools across 3 states. So I have experienced a ton of different modes of education, but I will promise you that the reason my parents moved here was to give me opportunity. Neither of my parents graduated high school. I found the best education possible right here in Casper, Wyoming. This state was proud of its education. It was well funded. I had opportunities that I would have never had in another state. I was often in those states referred to as just white trailer trash. As a child, I was written off. It didn't matter how intelligent I was. It didn't matter my capabilities for learning. It didn't matter because I didn't live in the right area. I didn't have access to the things others did. I didn't have a vehicle. We often didn't have electricity. There were times we didn't have running water. My friend lived in a shack built of pallets covered with cardboard boxes and plastic bags. That's how we lived. When we moved here, we had the opportunity for my dad to work, for him to continue, for us to be provided with educational opportunities and teachers that truly believed in us. And by us, I refer to my siblings as well. All of us went on to graduate high school. My brother and I both were able to attend college through programs like JTPA, the Job Training Partnership Act. That was our start. I went on to receive 2 bachelor's degrees and a master's degree, and I'm now an educator in this district. I've stayed because this is where I want to be. This is where I want to raise my children. This is where they have opportunity. I attend national conferences and see what other states face. I see what we face, and things are hard. Our children have difficulties right here, and we need to provide support. My own children attend schools here. I've worked in Title I schools because that's what's near to my heart. Poverty holds people down, and education is the key to get them out. That's the only key to get them out, is if they have a good foundational education and the opportunity to then use that to work and to climb out of whatever they come from. That's what I've been able to do with our schools. But in order to keep that going forward, we need to fund those schools. Not just the schools, but we're investing in our children. They need lunches, they need food. I, as a single parent of 2 children, needed that food program to feed my own children. I needed counselors and nurses to help meet gaps that I couldn't provide myself. And please don't misunderstand me. I was working 3 part-time jobs and going to school full-time. When I went for help because they cut my childcare benefits, I was told to quit a job so that I could qualify for higher benefits. I didn't want to quit a job. I wanted to work. I wanted to be useful. I wanted to make a difference. So I did, and I made it. And I'm here before you now to ask you to please invest in our kids. I know times are tight. I know our economy is not great. I know there isn't a lot of work. There isn't a lot of diversification. But the only way to grow that is to fund our students. They are the ones that are going to invent the jobs, that are going to bring the business, that are going to make a difference here in Wyoming. That's what we want. We want our kids to have a chance, no matter where they live. And that's what I didn't have until I moved here. So please continue to fund our schools, continue to invest in our students and in our children. Both of my children have graduated school. One has attended college and one has moved into the trades. They both live here in Wyoming. They're proud to be from Wyoming. They're proud of their state. They're proud of their schools. My daughter now coaches cheer in a school here. She swears she'll never be a teacher, but I'm still trying to call her over to the dark side. So please, I just ask you to continue to invest in our students and our teachers. We love our kids. We own our kids. We take ownership over them. We invest in them, our hearts and our souls. I can't tell you the number of times I've cried for a student because I know what it's like on the other side. So please continue to invest in them, and thank you so much for all of the work that you're currently doing. I know your decisions are not easy.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Sorry.
Thank you again, appreciate it. Who else from the public would like to give testimony?
Sorry, I'm late.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Jim Skogard. I have grandchildren now. Just say, Chair Salazar and members of the committee, thank you for your time. I'm from Mills. We have this recalibration process going on right now. It came up because of a court, something or other going on in Laramie County. So my question is, why did we need a court order to do what's right for our kids? And not being, I know you guys have kind of a mandate also to bring property taxes down, but there's kind of some lines there in my mind. You know, when we have children, we got to take care of those first. That's one of our primary responsibilities as representatives and senators for the state.
Mr. Speaker.
You know, we have
I'm sorry.
Just, yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but just for clarification, the state is required every 5 years to do a recalibration. So this is what we have to do in order to reevaluate our evidence-based models. So
Gotcha. Well, I'm
court
gonna have,
system also involved in that, but this is something we're duty bound to get done every 5 years, sir. So thank you.
so you guys are doing your job, and, you know, I appreciate that. But I also like to see.
I'm sorry. Senator?
I also want to clarify, when property taxes got cut, nothing in the school system got cut. I don't know where everybody got that idea. It was still funded at 100%, and constitutionally, it's required to be funded at 100%. So the property tax mix really had little or nothing to do with the school system and the educational system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, all right, I'll continue. I guess the idea that I have in my mind is if I see property taxes, then I'm going to see the associated cuts somewhere along the line. Either we're not going to water city parks, or we're going to cut school funding, or we're going to do something along the lines. You guys may not have to do that, but if you set a number out there, if you just toss a number out there to the school district and say that's your budget, then, and they have needs more than that. I guess that's what this committee is for, is to figure out what those needs are. And so I hope you guys do a good job. And back on my page again, I think transparency builds a lot of trust too. I don't know what the process is. You know, do you guys post something online? Do we get to take a look at that and say, okay, you know, here's what you guys came up with. In the end, we're going to take a look at that. You know, we have to be competitive too in Wyoming. We have some pretty unique challenges. You know, we got long distance commutes, we got snow, we got a lot of things that go on here. So you guys are going to take that into account also, I'm sure. Yeah, like the realities of Wyoming, you know, technology. How are we leveraging technology? Are we leveraging technology right now? That's probably up to the school districts, isn't it? And getting towards the end, only had about a page.
Don't rush. Don't rush.
Sorry, I need to get my glasses, but I didn't bring them. Anyway, I guess it's in the bottom line is we got to be able to see the math. We got to make sure that it's transparent, you know, and if there's some kind of hidden agenda here, I'd like to know about that also. I guess it wouldn't be hidden then, would it? So if there is no hidden agenda, then I'm with you guys. You know, I can support what you guys are doing. I support this kind of work, and I appreciate the time and the effort you guys done. Oh, and one last question is, why did we change the time on this meeting today? I mean, I kind of had it programmed in my calendar for later today. What happened there?
We're here today.
I see you're here today, but my calendar says you were going to be here later today, and it's got moved up to well, I thought 11, and I see you're already in the meeting when I walked in. How did that happen?
I think our published time was 8 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, this published time for today was 8 a.m. and it was 8:30 yesterday.
I see. Maybe my days were off. You know, yeah, somebody to err is human. All right, that's it for me.
Thank you. Who else from the public? Please come up.
Chairman, committee members, my name is Alex Petrino, and I am president of the Wyoming Counseling Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of thousands of mental health counselors in the state of Wyoming. When students struggle with their mental health, every dollar that we invest in teachers, curriculum, and technology yields less. Recalibration is our opportunity to fix that. Wyoming needs to embed mental health as a basic element of a thorough and efficient education for every Wyoming student, no matter what zip code. Recalibration is more than a budgetary exercise. It is a reflection of our state's values. My message today is simple. We cannot have a thorough and efficient education system without fully funding student mental health. When mental health is overlooked, every other investment, teachers, curriculum, technology, yields less. When it is prioritized, schools become stronger, families become more stable, and communities become safer and more resilient. Across Wyoming, we are seeing what happens when mental health support is underfunded. The Wyoming Prevention Needs Assessment shows nearly 1 in 10 middle school students reported attempting suicide within the past year. Our state has already lost 2 students to suicide this academic year. These numbers aren't just statistics, they represent students our teachers have taught, families our counselors have sat with, and futures our communities have lost. In many towns, the school counselor or psychologist is the only mental health professional, a child will ever see. Rural distances, provider shortages, and stigmas make schools the first and often only access point for care. Yet our student to counselor ratio still averages around 300 to 1. Exceedingly, the national average recommends 250 to 1. Many districts have no school psychologist at all. The result is that Wyoming educators and administrators are trying to meet mental health needs without the resources and staffing to do so. This is not only a student issue, this is a community issue. When children receive mental health care early, we reduce crises. Later, fewer hospitalizations, fewer juvenile justice referrals, and fewer families in long-term distress. Every dollar invested early intervention saves multiple dollars downstream in healthcare, emergency response, and lost productivity. We know that mental wellness and academic achievement are linked. Students who feel supported are more likely to attend school, stay engaged, and graduate. If you truly want more schools into the meeting expectations and exceeding expectations categories in the state accountability model, prioritizing mental health will help you achieve this. If you truly care about literacy, then you need to care about mental health. I'll remind you that stability ripples outward. Strong schools build strong communities, and strong communities sustain Wyoming's workforce and economy. The Wyoming Counseling Association urges this committee to embed mental health in the recalibration model as a defined, funded component, not as an optional add-on. Adopt a tiered staffing formula that provides baseline counselor, social worker, and psychologist ratios all across districts, scaled by enrollment and need. Include incentives for rural and frontier recruitment and retention, and support data and accountability systems that track outcomes, attendance, and behavior in graduation. As you debate recalibration, I urge you to keep mental health at the forefront of the conversation, not as a footnote, but as an essential line item. Every day, Wyoming's children are learning math and reading while navigating an increasingly complex world. They deserve a state willing to fund that reality and invest in a future where education and mental health are truly connected. Thank you for your time and your leadership and your commitment to Wyoming students, families, and communities. I will also be emailing you an executive summary with all of these data points, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Petrino, would you tell the committee what your association's position is on gender dysphoria treatment for minors?
Every student or every individual deserves access to care.
Specifically, though, when it comes to treatment, what is your association's position on that?
Parents can make that decision.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no disputing the importance of mental health care. There isn't. One of the aspects that we're dealing with here, in the midst of an ongoing property tax revolt with a potential 50% exemption coming directly from the voters, having nothing to do with us. And a lot of this is based on whose responsibility is it to take care of these issues. Mental health is as important and often intertwined with physical health. A student isn't ill, a student can't learn. A student is hungry, a student can't learn. But at some point, whose responsibility is this? Shall the schools be responsible for the physical health of all children too? Children who can't see, can't read. Should the schools be fully funding eye care for every child? And that's a question I'd like everyone to consider when we look at this. When somebody like myself is resistant to the public school system taking over for parents, that's not because I don't believe these issues are important. It's because I may have a different view, and the people who elected me may have a very different view on who is ultimately responsible for the well-being of the child. So I would like everyone to keep that in mind as we go forward on this, that many of the people who disagree with the idea that the school is responsible for the child's mental health, for the child's well-being overall, for the child's nutrition, aren't represented in this room. So I would, for a question for you then, considering the importance of mental health as you've laid out, and I don't disagree with that, why shouldn't the public school system take over for the physical well-being of the children too? If we're already taking care of nutrition and mental health, why not their physical health care?
Chairman, Representative Kelly, the schools are an access point. Schools already do physical health screenings, eye screenings, mental health screenings. Schools are an access point. Schools are never going to be long-term counseling. They're never going to be long-term healthcare points, but they do provide short-term crisis intervention, short-term screenings, and provide referrals for outside services. But we still need to embed those services, at least in the short term, to be able to provide those referrals. A lot of the schools don't even have the short-term pieces to be able to provide those referrals. We need to get those services embedded in the schools initially to be able to give those referrals. A lot of our schools have part-time nurses, part-time people. If they don't even have that, how are we supposed to be able to provide those referrals?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you asked me, how are we supposed to provide it? I would answer, who are we at this point? Are we, is it supposed to be the public school system? Or are we talking about communities? Are we talking about churches? Are we talking about parents and families at that point? So obviously, you and I will not, we will not resolve this at this moment. But I would just really appreciate, as we have these discussions in our communities and the school districts, that it's not lost on any committee members here the importance of these issues. But we will be wrestling with the fact that we have finite resources and competing interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for this testimony? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know it's my intent to hear everyone. So, but I would ask if you're with a group, I don't know if there's a rehashing of the same comments, but if you can keep it concise so that everyone does get a chance to speak, because we do want to hear. So again, I will open it up. Any other public testimony from parents, concerned citizens, please come. We have 4 chairs, so please come forward if you'd like to give testimony. Anyone?
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
If again, please fill up the chairs for those who want to give testimony in the general public, because we do want to hear from you. Please go ahead. You can just identify yourself.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Christine Fitzgerald, and I'm a proud library paraeducator from Cheyenne. I'm here to talk to you today about education support professionals, or ESPs. Many people don't know what an ESP is and how important they are to education. ESP are critical members of the education world who provide essential support to certified staff and students. This group of people includes custodial staff who ensure that our school buildings are clean and inviting, secretaries who greet families at the door each day, cafeteria staff who make sure that our students have a nutritious meal, and paraeducators who work alongside teachers, making sure that our students are learning Wyoming standards. Library paraeducators who often work alone in libraries to give students a love of literature, and bus drivers who are often the first and last people to see our students every day. ESP are dedicated professionals who show up willing to do what is needed to help children. They work to build critical relationships with students so that they can be successful. Unfortunately, ESP are not thought of as professionals, and you only need to look at their pay to confirm that. In preparation to come talk to you today, I reached out to several ESP around the state. I asked them the 3 same questions. The first question I asked was, do you receive enough compensation for the work that you do? One bus driver told me that hardly anyone in their district is full-time. Hours are capped at around 26 hours. This strategy saves districts money by not having to pay benefits, but it means those bus drivers and other ESP have to work another job, sometimes 3, to make enough money to feed their families. A paraeducator told me that working a second job is not an option for her. It is what she has to do to pay her bills. And a special education paraeducator let me know that to be paid a living wage by her district would validate her and let her know that she is seen and appreciated. Secondly, I asked people if there was a shortage of staff at their work site and how does this affect them. Many people said that because districts are not able to pay a living wage, that positions are not being filled. This means that extra work is put on the ESP that are still working there. People describe this as being exhausting and that there's always a heavy feeling. I can attest to that. I've experienced this myself at my work site. We have been short-staffed, and I, along with other staff, have had to have many additional duties. Lastly, I asked people why they stay. And when I asked this, many people's voices got lighter, and they relaxed a bit. And every person said, it was because of our students. A few people said that they have had days where they thought of walking away, but then they think about those kids and they come back. If you're curious about the type of pay I'm talking about, I want to give you an example. According to the Wyoming Department of Education's website, the average pay for a food service worker in a school district is around $26,000. A paraeducator is about $29,000. And the average pay for a bus driver in Wyoming is $33,000. I want you to think about that $26,000. Would you be able to feed your family, pay your mortgage, have a car payment for $26,000? ESP can't either. And this is why funding education is so critical. All staff, including ESP, deserve a living wage. I had coffee with a former paraeducator recently, and she asked me to share her story. She said she was making $14.76 an hour with her school district, and she had to leave. She was a single mother, and she was really struggling financially. She said that she worked hard at her full-time job. She presented herself as a professional. She was excited to help children, and she was busy every day. But she had to move in with her parents. Her words to me were, I should not be at risk of being homeless, working a full-time, respectable job in a school district. And she is right. I'm asking you to please recognize the value, the necessity, and the importance of paying all ESP a living wage. I thank you for your time, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate
you.
that. I know it's sometimes daunting to stand or sit and talk to a group of people, but please don't be nervous. We want to hear. So please.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry, my voice is going away. So whoever prayed for this comment to be short and sweet, take my voice as your answered prayer because it's going to be short. I'm bringing it back old school because I'm a little bit nervous like you addressed, so.
Please don't be. I know that's easy for me to say, but we're here to listen, and so please.
All right, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and
morning.
committee members.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely, yeah, thank you. I'm Lacey Wilson. I'm a public high school librarian from a larger district in our state. So sorry. I'm going to start by letting you know my degrees, certifications, and experiences. And I'm only going this route because my resume is vastly inferior to not only the 5 other certified librarians in my own district, but to those of my peers around the state. I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in secondary education, one in English, and I taught English for almost 20 years. I have a master's in science and adolescent literacy and technology, a certification in reading, where I taught for over 10 years, a certification in library media sciences, that I currently use, sorry. I have over 60 credits on top of my master's degree, and the only way I could even go higher on the pay scale in my district is if I got a PhD, and I'm not doing that, so. With all of that being said, I'm still incredibly unimpressive in comparison to the rest of the certified librarians around the state. I'm sure some of you are unaware of how qualified your librarians are, but the company that was in charge of the recalibration model was not unaware. The suggestions given by the firm have specific numbers for how many certified librarians and library media techs or library aides are needed per student. And these numbers were highly supportive of libraries. The research used points that higher achieving schools have fully funded libraries. An element that I believe is most detrimental to what people think about libraries at this point is the fact that they don't know what librarians actually do. A colleague of mine expressed this sentiment perfectly. She said that the piece that hurts our profession the most is the idea that a school library is just for getting books and that we read all day. Recalibration should reflect a real Wyoming education. And for most, that means a rural education. So a library is imperative for kids to have access to resources, books, and a trained educator. So I invite all of you to reach out to your local public school librarians and go see what they actually do. I know my peers, and they'd be elated to have you to answer any questions and to display the many facets of their job. We hope that you fund libraries and show support for your librarians and LMTs, because you cannot say you're about literate students and literacy and cut librarians and libraries. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments about librarians being more than handing out books or shushing people in there. Could you please tell everyone here, people of Wyoming, what are the main responsibilities of a librarian at a school?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Thank you. Well, I can only speak really from my own experience, and I've only been a librarian, this is my year 3, and I was an educator before that. So being at the high school, I primarily help AP students, which are advanced placement students, and other English educators and classrooms and other classes such as history and philosophy with research. So research is a huge component of my job, is teaching databases how to accurately get good sources to make sure that they're supportive. And I also, man, there's so many, you got me on the spot, so sorry. I also do help kids, of course, with books. And at the high school level, especially in connection to literacy, it's about choice. Reading and choice leads to literacy at the high school level. And the libraries are supplementary, which means we don't attach any kind of forced reading for anybody. It's all about selection. And all research says that at the higher levels, at secondary levels, it's about choice and it's about access in order for literacy to continue to grow. And so my component primarily is to help support teachers in terms of research, in terms of selecting books and making sure that their curriculum is also being hit. So we make sure that we have books that support mythology courses, philosophy courses, psychology courses, and any kind of specific assignments they might have. Is that enough? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for what you do. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nate Martin. I'm the Executive Director of Better Wyoming, and we're a nonprofit that trains people to participate in civic processes that shape our lives and our state, like this one. As such, I'd be remiss not to mention that we did have a number of parents who were prepared to provide public comment during the advertised afternoon slot today. And they won't be able to make it since we're no longer having public comment here. And I know that you know this and I know that you have to run your show, but dramatic changes to the advertised agenda, especially when it comes to public comment, makes it really hard for working people who have jobs, people who have kids to pick up, to, change it, drop everything and come. So.
Well, let me respond to that.
Yeah.
First of all, we're still midway through this process. We're going to have discussion through the lunch hour on this. But again, there will be plenty of opportunities in January to provide, to have public comment on this. So this is not the end. Anything that we discussed today is going to be open for public comment again. I make that commitment to you.
Great, I appreciate that.
And I know my co-chair and I feel extremely, very strongly about the fact that we allow throughout this process public comment. We will continue to do that. So please know, for those who could not make it, we understand, but there is additional public comment coming in the months ahead. So I make that commitment to you.
I appreciate that. And they still might be able to trickle in. I was given a couple of like shaky maybes. So we do have one parent, but before we get to that, I just wanted to reflect on a few things in the process. The assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus right next door to us in Utah reminds us that, sadly, American schools are oftentimes sites of violence. And the Wyoming funding model for public education provides $0 earmarked for school resource officers. In their wisdom, I think most, if not all, school districts hire SROs, professional law enforcement, to keep kids safe, but they do so in competition with other funding priorities, robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, when Paul is literally our children's safety. So I would just encourage the committee to think about that when deciding whether or not to include funding for SROs in the model. Next week, SNAP benefits are going to be suspended for tens of thousands of people across the state. I think about half of them are children. And I think this should remind us that for many kids in our communities, public schools are the only place that they can go to rely on nutritious meals every single day, every time they show up, right? Over the past several years, supply chain issues, tariffs, other charming characteristics of our globalized food system have driven up the cost of food for school districts significantly. And it has made our funding model grossly inadequate when it comes to funding food services in our public schools. Finally, I'm encouraged by conversations that indicate that increasing teacher salaries is something that this committee is considering. I mean, we're in the bottom of the barrel in America for what we pay our teachers, and we need to fix that. But it doesn't matter how much we pay teachers if they're also forced to act as school counselors and therapists and mental health professionals for children who are experiencing behavioral and mental health struggles. I've got a stack of postcards here that are actually from voters in Senator Brennan's district that I was asked to deliver. And they just simply say, you know, I'm a voter in your district and I want you to fund school counselors because teachers should be obliged to teach and not do the job of school counselors. And these were easy to get. I mean, we could go get postcards from any district in the state, because if you ask somebody, should teachers teach or should they be forced to be teachers and counselors? People say, no, they should teach. Schools should have counselors in them. So I hope you consider these things as you provide instructions to legislative staff this afternoon. And it's not just me, and it's not just people in communities that want SROs funded, food service adequately funded, school counselors in positions where they can help kids. A district judge also specifically laid out all three of these things in a court order in a lawsuit that the legislature is going to need a legal miracle akin to something that's contained in a John Grisham novel to win. So I just hope that you consider these things and don't stop at raising teacher salaries and assume that we've adequately funded our public school system. And I would entertain any questions and otherwise pass it over to a parent.
So thank you for your testimony. Any Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at your website here, and I see a statement, the Freedom Caucus plan to defund Wyoming K through 12 education, public education. There's a snapshot of a conversation between an ex-legislator and a current legislator about how funding is going. And we had a discussion earlier about property tax reduction. That's the question. There's a property tax reduction. How are you going to fund education? There's a one-word answer, recalibration.
Right.
And you're saying that that means that the Wyoming Freedom Caucus is going to defund public education. Can you explain that?
It was a straight thing, Mr. Chairman. It seemed to us a straightforward exchange, the former lawmaker, and for anybody who's wondering what we're talking about, you can go to betteryo.org. How does the legislature plan to fund schools given the decrease in funding with the property tax cuts, and property tax revenue largely fund public schools, and then you have member of the Freedom Caucus with the one-word reply, recalibration, which I think any layperson would say, recalibration is a process where you decide how much to fund schools. We're going to use the recalibration process to decrease funding for schools. I think that seems like a pretty clear interpretation of that exchange.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personally, I think it's a leap. I mean, with this committee here is very committed to funding education in a way that, number one, keeps us out of court, but number two, adequately funds it per our constitutional requirement.
Great.
The one-word answer, recalibration, is how we determine how funding will flow. But I think we heard testimony from the chairman of revenue today that we fund 100% our education and block grant. And when there's a shortfall for any reason, we take money out of our savings to do that. And so should there be a shortfall due to a tax cut for the people, we still fund it. So isn't that a little bit misleading to say that the Wyoming Freedom Caucus is defunding K through 12 education via this committee?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so. I think, and you have the thing in front of you, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe the question was, how are you going to weather this decrease in revenue? And the answer is recalibration.
Well, appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And please, did you have a testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, members of the Recalibration Committee meeting, thank you for the opportunity to come to speak to you today.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Yvonne Chavez, and I am a parent of 3 children who have, 2 have attended and graduated from Natrona County schools, and I currently have one that's enrolled. I also grew up attending public schools here in Wyoming, and I hold educators who helped shaped me into who I am today in the highest regard, and I still hold close personal relationships with many of them as I have grown into young and then old adulthood. I come before you today not as a policy expert, but as a parent who believes every child deserves a strong educational foundation and that our public schools should have the resources to provide it. Public schools are the foundation of our communities. They are where the majority of Wyoming's children learn, grow, and prepare to become future workforce leaders and neighbors who will keep our state strong. Education isn't what it was when I was growing up, and I'm really aging myself here. So many things have changed and continue to change, whether it's technology in the classrooms, new teaching methods, or the needs of the students, or even the basic skills needed to survive in today's world. Because education is evolving, our approach to funding it should also evolve with it. We cannot expect schools to meet today's challenges with yesterday's resources. In recent years, I've watched our local schools struggle to provide more with less, larger classroom sizes, fewer course offerings, limited access to counselors and specialists, or even SROs for safety, and ultimately teachers. When we underfund education, it doesn't just impact the system, it impacts individual children, families, and ultimately our communities. Investing in education is a commitment to the future of our state, the future workforce, communities, and Wyoming's values. Fully funding our schools supports our children, and it strengthens the communities that we live in. And it also upholds the constitutional promises that every Wyoming child deserves equal opportunity to high-quality education. As someone shaped by Wyoming's public education system and now raising children and have raised children within it, I ask the committee to make sure the recalibration process provides our schools with the funding they truly need to meet the needs of today's students and reflects the realities of today and prepares our students for tomorrow. Thank you for your time and your work on behalf of Wyoming's students and families.
Thank you so much. Any comments, questions from the committee? Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, just because I think it's important when we had this conversation about Facebook comments, but no one really being able to quote exactly what the comment was, I think it is important to actually understand what the words were said. So if I may, could I read aloud what was referenced so the public understands the context around it?
Okay.
So how will the legislature cut education by 50 to 80 million per year to pay for the 25% permanent residential exemption, especially in light of the legislature being 0-6 in the courts for not adequately funding education? Question mark, what's the plan? Question mark. And the response was recalibration. So that's just so everyone is very clear on what the words were. Now you know what they are.
Okay, thank you. So yes, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add on there, we have to be very clear that the representative who made that one-word comment is not on this committee, has no say in it whatsoever. And in all the reality that the Freedom Caucus is a small minority of this committee too. So that's a waste of time on that narrative. Let's just let that go.
Okay, so let's get back to public comment. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Are we allowed to speak again, Chair?
Well, you know what? I'll let you, but I'm trying to get through as many people as we can. But if you want to make an additional comment, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Committee members, Representative Kelly, you had asked a question about whose responsibility. And I just wanted to follow up with some personal experience because that's really truly all I have to offer you is my own personal experience. I agree. It is the parents' responsibility. Medical care is parents' responsibility. Nutrition is parents' responsibility. Love, care, all of those things, those are all parents' responsibility. Support at home, early literacy, the foundation and the expectation for children to work hard, that's all parents' responsibility. Unfortunately, as we all know, some parents are not able to do that for a myriad of reasons. In my instance, when I referenced the fact that I needed, as a single parent, my schools to be partners with me, I needed them not to take my place, but I had to work. I didn't have an option to stay home and be that mom that can be there when the kids get home and can do homework. I relied on my parents often when my children were sick because I had to work. Even as an educator, still today, if my daughter is sick, I rely on my elderly mom to take care of her because that's my only option. It's one child who faces that as opposed to a whole classroom of children who need me. And so while it is the parents' responsibility, oftentimes we have to be partners because I'm sure you've all heard the adage, it takes a village. These are all our kids. When I sit in a classroom in my school, my administrator reminds us that every student, regardless of grade level, is our student, our personal student. So as a librarian, as a secretary, as a custodian, as a lunch worker, those kids, we all take ownership for them because they're our kids. Because without that community, children don't thrive, they don't grow. And so I'm going to ask you to just remember that as a state, as a community, these are all of our kids. And there are a lot of times when we can't be available. One more comment on mental health. After moving here, my parents knew it was the way out. My brother he was told that he would never graduate by an educator. And he did, probably just out of stubbornness to prove them wrong. And then he went on to get a college degree in diesel mechanics, which was amazing and impressive. And then he lost his job with the mine as a diesel mechanic, and he committed suicide on Christmas morning in 2012. And he had 3 children that were in elementary, middle, and high school. And I don't have a lot of good things to say about their mom, but she tried. She did her best with what she had, but there are 7 hours in a day, and you can make that 9 with our transportation, an hour on each end for busing, and that's conservative. There are 9 hours in a day that our children are with someone else. And we want them to be loved and supported and taken care of. And sometimes it means that they have questions, and we need somebody in that school that can answer them. And as a teacher, I'm going to tell you, I'm not sure I'm the right one. I can do my best, but I can't fix it. Whereas mental health professionals in our schools can provide those wraparound referrals, as Ms. Petrino was discussing. So while it is the parents' responsibility, it takes a village, and we need those people in our schools to recognize that some of our children are coming from situations that many of us cannot imagine. I volunteered after my brother's suicide with the Natrona County Sheriff's Department as a victim witness response team member. So we were tasked with going out into homes after suicides, domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, and providing immediate resources and connections for those victims so that they had somewhere to go. They knew what to expect. And I cannot tell you how many times I ended up in a home of one of my own students. So you're right, it is the parents' responsibility, but it is also ours as citizens and as humans. Chair, one more comment. I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciated the majority of you who are paying close attention and looking, because it takes a lot of courage to come up here. Like, I am physically shaking. But I also know that there are a couple people who have had side conversations while someone's testifying, and that's really hard. As a teacher especially, you want to, smack them with a ruler or something, but it really is hard because this takes courage, and I didn't realize how much until I sat down in this chair. So thank you to those who make eye contact and focus on the speaker. That's an incredible skill, and that also takes courage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Representative Kelly.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so everybody knows, corporal punishment is not on our agenda. But I just wanted to thank you for the honest and sincere contribution to the discussion, so you can lay bare the fact that we share many of the same values, even if we can disagree on policy choices going forward. So thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate it. Who else would like to come up here? We have 4 seats, and I think if we could fill them up, we might save time so that more people can actually testify. So if you have an interest in coming up here and testifying, please fill the chairs. We want to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief comment. So I find it very intimidating to manage a classroom of 5th graders, and so I'm very glad that I don't have to do that. Maybe for those who are good at managing classes of 5th graders, if you're giving testimony to us, just imagine us as a bunch of 5th graders. It might make it easier for you.
That's good. Yes, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. My name is Lexi Carr. I am the Wyoming School Counselor Association President. I am also an employee of Natrona County School District working as a current elementary school counselor. And I'm here today to talk on a school counselor's behalf in the Wyoming recalibration model. School counselors understand and believe that parents do not send their students to school for school counseling. They send their students to school for school. But there are times when a student needs additional help and a school counselor is on site and available for that student. We are here to help them access their education and achieve in school. That is our ultimate goal. If a student is in greater need, then the school counselor can and should be providing, based on our code of ethics, state law, and district policy, that we will work with parents collaboratively to help get the students what they need. So why school counselors? Research shows that schools designated as a recognized ASCA model program, schools have significantly higher school-wide proficiency rates in English as compared to controlled schools. This same study also found that when schools reduce the student to school counselor ratio to ASCA's recommended 250 students to one school counselor, students who receive free and reduced lunch at high poverty schools achieve improved academic outcomes. School counselors design and implement school counseling programs that promote academic, career, and social skills success and emotional regulation for each and every student, overall impacting and assisting in a student's achievement. So what do school counselors believe? One of our mindsets is that each and every student can learn and succeed. Another one, each and every student deserves access to and opportunity for a high-quality education. Number 3, each and every student should graduate from high school prepared for post-secondary opportunities, whatever they may be. Mindset number 4, each and every student deserves access to a comprehensive school counseling program. Mindset number 5, effective school counseling is a collaborative process involving school counselors, students, families, teachers, administrators, and other education partners. School counselors are leaders in the school, in the district, in the state, and in the nation. School counseling programs promote and enhance student academic, career, social skill, and emotional regulation development. School counselors develop and deliver school counseling programs that support and promote student achievement. Ultimately, school counselors believe that children come to school to learn and achieve, but there are times during the school day when a student needs additional help with their emotions, social situations, academic achievement, or career development in order to become productive citizens in society. Similar to how teachers and educators intervene when a student needs additional reading support, school counselors intervene and support when students need additional social skills, emotional regulation, career development, or achievement support. A school counselor is someone who is on site and available in times of crisis while also being proactive to help students achieve. School counselors use data to drive and increase student achievement through behavioral data, such as attendance and discipline, or perception data, such as surveys on attitudes or skills that are given to both the parent and the child. Why are elementary school counselors so important? The elementary school year set the foundation for developing the knowledge, attitudes, and skills necessary for students to become healthy, competent, and confident learners. Elementary school counselors have an impact on these years by implementing a comprehensive school counseling program and collaborating with school staff, parents, and the community to create a safe and respectful learning environment. By providing education, prevention, early identification, and intervention, elementary school counselors help their students achieve academic success, develop an understanding of career opportunities, and develop social skills and emotional regulation skills in response to the issues that they face. So how do school counselors impact students in the school day? We're often one of the only adults that students can trust to talk to in a school. I've had personal experiences in the past where last year I had a student whose mother was selling her children for drugs. to a 4-time registered sex offender. They did not have the capacity to understand what was happening to them in the moment. So who did they come to? Their school counselor. What did I do? I worked with teachers, I worked with staff, I worked with a school principal to identify and clarify the information that the students were telling me to get the students the immediate help they needed. We had a phone call to DFS. This happened 2 days before Christmas break, and those students were taken into DFS custody and put into foster care, thankfully, before they went home for 2 weeks with this person. I have also been running grief groups over the past 5 years as a school counselor. Oftentimes, we don't know when students are going to process their grief. We as adults don't know when grief is going to hit us. The school counselor runs grief groups after collaborating with parents to identify student needs, next steps, and what can be ultimately beneficial for the student to access their education. This school year alone, I have had the privilege of running a grief group with 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders at my school. I have seen the effect that grief has on these young children, and every children in that group has lost a parent to suicide. But they have grown so much just through their connection with each other, and it has positively impacted their behaviors and ultimately given them access to their education. Another situation I had was a domestic violence situation last year. The students observed their mother getting beat and battered by their father, and they didn't know what to do. Their mom, who should have every right to go forward, did not have the skills to do so. So the kids unfortunately had to do it. They came to me, they came to the school counselor, we talked about it, we figured it out. We once again made a phone call to all of the education partners, DFS, CASA, Mercer House, et cetera, and those students then became homeless because the father was the owner of the home. The mother left with 3 children. What was she to do but call the school counselor? And what did we do? We provided shelter, we provided meals, we helped that mother get back on her feet in order to protect her children so that when her children came to school, they could access and achieve an education. Suicide screening also happens as young as kindergarten. In the last 5 years, I have done over 100 suicide screeners in grades kindergarten through 5th grade. I have contacted parents and included them in the process and communicated with parents every single step of the way. Parents are appreciative of the efforts done by the school and understand that it is a collaborative effort to give their students what they need. Many parents that I have called in the last 5 years were shocked that their child, as young as they were having these thoughts and suicide ideation. This year, in my school, a student's mother was shot by law enforcement, and the news was unfortunately delivered to the student at school. Who was there to help the student? The school counselor. There was not time nor access to a mental health counselor at that point. The school counselor, myself, had to intervene and help regulate the child in order to get the child back to class and to access and achieve in their education. So what do we need? We need 1 school counselor in every prototypical elementary school and 1 school counselor for every 250 students in middle school and high school. We also need separate roles. In the state of Wyoming, 2 of the biggest districts, Natrona County School District and Laramie County 1, have a dual role where school counselors are also school social workers, which leads to role confusion. It also leads to a code of ethics issue because we will operate under 2 separate codes of ethics. Licensed school counselors doing school counseling. Mental health counselors, school social workers, school psychologists have their own position statements, their own code of ethics, their own training that is separate to school counselors. In a 2022 data collection done by the Wyoming School Counselor Association, 32% of the school counselors employed at that point in the state of Wyoming did not hold a master's degree in school counseling. 1/3 of those school counselors in the state at that time did not have the beliefs or the ethics that a school counselor does and should have. I believe that with the above mentioned proposals, school counselors will be able to intervene and help students ultimately access their education and achieve in their school and become productive members of our society. With that being said, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for all that you do, and I know it's important work. You said something that really piqued my interest, 100 suicidal screenings for K through 5. From your experience, is this on the rise? Is it leveling off? And what do you ascribe that much for such young people as far as suicide ideations?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, I would say that it is on the rise. I know that my very first year I conducted 14, and then each year it has steadily been rising since. So I would say that it is on the rise. As to why, I can't tell. I don't know why. It is on the rise. I don't know why students are coming with more suicide ideation than in the past. I can venture to believe technology plays a role. Parents having a lack of skills plays a role. Kids being exposed to more things early often is going to play a role, but do I know the exact pinpoint? No. What I do know is it is on the rise.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. 32% don't have master's degrees, and then you correlated that 32% to having ethical problems also? Did I hear that right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, 32% of those employed at that time did not hold a master's degree specific to school counseling. So what we're seeing is many school counselors in Wyoming are holding master's degrees in other areas such as school social work, school psychology, or they hold an LPC, a licensed professional counseling degree, which are not under the same code of ethics as school counselors. Similar, but not the same.
Yeah, quickly.
Even though they don't hold a degree, can't they read the code of ethics and follow it? To me, you're equating a master's degree to ethical behavior. And I think we're in trouble at that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, they do hold a degree. It is just not a master's degree in school counseling. There's many different facets of master's degrees that people in our state are holding that are being assumed under a school counseling degree. Does that mean they don't have ethics? No. Does that mean that they operate under the same code of ethics? Also no. School counselors believe that parents have a right to know, and parents should be working collaboratively with the school counselor. Often and frequently, we do believe that, where some of our other mental health professionals have more limited, they have more limited, not knowledge, but they are more limited in what they can share with parents. School counselors do not believe that, and that is not in our code of ethics.
Okay, anything else? Thank you so much. Can I see the hands of those here who want to testify? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I was trying to see if I need to set a time limit here. I want to make sure we get everyone the ability to speak. So those who raise their hands, we have 3 chairs. Why don't you come on up? And sir, why don't you introduce yourself and give your testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is James Worthen. My name is James Worthen. I'm a resident of Casper. I'm a proud graduate of Sweetwater County School District Number 2, if there is such a thing. I'm a graduate of the University of Wyoming twice, both with an undergraduate and a law degree. I've been a practicing member of the Wyoming State Bar for more than 20 years now. And during that time, I've had the privilege of representing both Casper College and the Natrona County School District at various times for various purposes. I don't come here as their attorney. I come here as somebody who has had that experience. And the reason I've come to share testimony today focuses on an acknowledgement that the job that this committee has been given is a Herculean task and difficult under the best of circumstances. And having probably more experience than anyone here in having a judge tell me I was wrong, that's never a fun place to be. That being said, I believe that your job that you have to undertake is one in which there's actual guidance on a principled basis that makes decisions easier. And I specifically refer to our state constitution. I've spent 20 years studying the document. I know it very well. And one of the things that I would suggest is that there is no higher priority given to any facet of government than the role of education and the role of the state in funding a free and fair education for all of the students in our public school system. And so you're being asked to make incredibly difficult circumstances because there's only so many dollars and yet so many needs. The real question that you have is, how do you prioritize and how do you differentiate that? Well, as somebody who believes very strongly in the Constitution and believes that it, as the founding document of the state, that it provides the best roadmap possible, I would suggest that the funding of our public schools at a level sufficient to provide the type of education that the Constitution mandates that we provide to our students is the document that we should look at when looking to how do we resolve those conflicts. With that in mind, I'm not going to get into the details of recalibration in terms of what the court's order is. There's lots of, there's a lot there, and that's not really the purpose of this public meeting. But the purpose of this public meeting is, what is it that is the obligation of this committee and the legislature as a whole? And I believe that obligation is to make sure that our students have what they need. And I think you've begun to see that testimony today. They need counselors who are licensed. They need teachers who are qualified. They need facilities that allow for students of every walk of life, rich, poor, homeless, challenged, gifted. They deserve a place where every one of them is treated equal as mandated by the Constitution and are given the opportunity to excel. It's amazing to me, having spent my life in Wyoming and living here by choice, not because I wasn't given opportunity to leave the state and make more money elsewhere, but living here by choice, that no institution plays a greater role in dictating the future of our state than our public education system. And so my request is a simple one. During your deliberations, when asked, should we or should we not fund it, I would ask you simply to go back to the Constitution and look to the mandate that it provides. And I believe that by doing so, the answers to the should we or shouldn't we questions become much easier. And that we look elsewhere how to balance the budget, and we look elsewhere than our children to skimp on the costs of what will be ultimately the future of this state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Thank you. Who's next? We'll go down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeremy Smith, Business Manager, Sheridan County School District 1. I'm going to be brief because it's between lunch, right? So,
We're gonna be working through lunch.
oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of points in the recommendation of the EB model that I want to bring up. And one specifically is the teacher-student ratio that are contemplated in the recommendation. I just want to point out, I think what you know to be obvious, this is one of the big levers, right, in terms of the overall cost of education in the state of Wyoming, is how many kids should we expect every teacher to see in a given class period, class day, et cetera. But there's one issue I just want to bring up, because all these things get related, because we actually have to then operationalize these things in real life. Like whatever this becomes, we have to do this. Right now, in our district, all of our schools got rebuilt with the exception of one, in the last 15 years, under the 1:16 ratio K-5 and 1:21 ratio 612. If you modify those ratios and we have to then operationalize it, our classrooms aren't big enough. And so I don't know how to actually do that in real life, if that makes sense. I can't put 20, because 25 is the average, right? If you go from 21 as your average to 25 as your average, that means some of your classes, depending upon the hour of the day, will have 29 or 30, and some will have 20, right? I mean, you just think about what's the range of the number of kids that would be in that class period at any one time. You just have to realize we didn't build any of the schools big enough. And so that puts then financial pressure on a different part of this conversation, which is facilities. So I just want to point that out, Mr. Chairman, as really just a practical consequence of modifying these assumed ratios in there, okay? So point one. Point two, and this is deep in the weeds, but you guys are going to start working this here pretty fast. One of the recommendations is that one of these funding streams becomes a categorical grant specifically for instructional coaches, right? That's their recommendation. When this happened before, the real practical consequence was that these instructional coaches tend to be, especially if it's funded on an average or something, right? These tend to be your most experienced and most educated staff members. And funding those positions categorically on an average will not get you enough people, if that makes sense. You think you're buying 2, but you're going to end up buying 1 3/4 or something, because you just can't, especially if it's categorical earmark. So I would just encourage you, yes, include that in the model, but keep it as part of the overall block grant so that we have that flexibility to move between instructional coaches or classrooms, all of those kinds of things, if that makes sense, Mr. Chairman. Just, again, a couple of practical points as I know you're going to get ready to figure out what you're going to do relative to these recommendations. Just 2 things we've dealt with in the past that are difficult to operationalize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
based on the model and the recommendations that we're getting, these are evidence-based. So when we make that determination of class sizes and numbers of people in classes, that is evidently based, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pikus, on what's actually happening in the classrooms right now. So how are you currently able to function? I mean, have you got fewer kids than what actually is evidence is telling us across the state in these rooms? Or, I mean, are you overcrowded right now? Or how's that working? And also, from what you just said there, as far as the facilitators are concerned, then what should be the price? What should be the cost to be able to hire a good facilitator if that, what you're saying is evidently not enough, and we're going to have to rob money from somewhere else to get to that? What should it be then?
Great question, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to answer both of those. I'll tackle the facility one first, if that's okay. So in one of our social studies sections at one of our high schools, they actually meet in the auditorium, to deal with how kids have to take certain sections, or I'm sorry, certain coursework. So they actually meet in the auditorium because the classroom isn't large enough to handle that. We're trying very desperately to modify schedules so that's not the case. But I just wanted to point out, we have 24 desks in a class. That's what sort of fits in there. We'll have sections that have 21 or 26. And so we're kind of stuffing them in there at times. But not in every class, obviously, but I just want to point out that when these things come to pass and we get funded for less teachers, because the ratio then produces less teachers, we'll have less sections, larger size, and the classrooms just aren't designed to do it. So we don't deal with it now because of the 1:21 ratio, not very often, but we still do. I hope that kind of answers the question specifically, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Rafis.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just to weigh on that, for the past 20 years, we've had, as everyone recalls, ratios in K through 5 or 6 of 16:1. So elementary school is 16:1. In middle school and high school, it's been 21:1 is what we funded. So 20 years of that. On the School Facilities Committee, we take into consideration, all right, how big is the classroom that we need then to teach? Because you don't want to overbuild a classroom. It turns out that costs a lot of money. Each square foot is $500 when we're building schools. So you don't overbuild classrooms. So for the past 20 years, we've actually used as the adequacy standard, specifically for K3, we've used 16:1. And this doesn't quite perfectly align, but that's the capacity of the classroom, not the average class size, the capacity of the classroom that we're building to as an adequacy size. So 16:1 in K through 3 for our school facilities adequacy standard. In 4 through 12, we have been building with a cap of 25-1 for a standard classroom. There's differences in science classrooms and CTE classrooms, little nuances there. But our standard classroom is 25-1 because we program 21-1. We want to make sure that you can have a class that is oversized, recognizing that you don't want those numbers to be the same. You have to have a classroom that goes up to 25 students if you're going to have an average of 21, 22, 23, or something like that. So we definitely have spent the last 20 years building schools for the purpose of optimizing our efficiency and making them as cost-effective as possible based on those adopted classroom ratios. So if we increase the classroom size, then we will be in capacity challenged situations, which then makes our adequacy standards on the school facility side inadequate and would lead us to a separate constitutional challenge where all of the buildings that we've built over the last 20 years, $4 billion worth, are now inadequate buildings. That is a real concern, and that's one of the things that happens if you change the classroom size. So I think it's just important to have that context of that's what we build to now, and we've built to it since the MAP model in 2005 proposed it at 16-1 and 21-1.
Mr. Chairman, that was way better than I could have said. Thank you. And to come back, Mr. Speaker, to your question on the school or the instructional coaches. So currently, all certified staff positions in terms of what the salary is in the model have an assumed base and then have adjustments for education and experience. What's being recommended in the EB model is to do away with those embedded adjustments for education and experience and just plunk in an average, right? This miracle number of 70,000, whatever it is. And so the problem then is the model won't adjust for having in this component vastly more experienced and educated teachers because our funding model, our salary schedules will still absolutely recognize those things. So I certainly would not recommend that you take their recommendation on the average salary. That's a whole separate conversation. We've had that before, and I think I won't rehash that. But in this specific case, if you do that, you can't make this a categorical grant because we won't have enough funding in there. Or you're going to have to address specifically some sort of education and experience adjustments for instructional coaches so that the categorical grant does rise to the proper amount to fund those positions. Because last time there were requirements that when that was like they had to have a master's degree, they had to have so many years in the classroom experience, et cetera, likely to come back to bite us again. And in this case, the average would not fund the proper amount to get the right number of staff members. So I would reject their recommendation on the average salary if you're asking, and that's how I would take care of it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we good?
Yep.
Teresa Chalk, Superintendent, Lincoln 1. I'm just here real quick on a point of clarification because the lawsuit's been brought up several times and we've had lots of testimony on elementary counselors and mental health professionals in school. And my district is a part of that lawsuit. And it's my understanding that the elementary counselors and the mental health professionals is not being appealed by your state attorneys. So you might want to clarify that. I don't know what that means, but that's not going to be heard at the appellate court. That's all I have. I'll stand for questions.
Great, thank you. Anyone? Okay, appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chase Christensen, Superintendent, Sheridan County number 3. I just wanted to commend, yesterday we heard some testimony on the small school adjustment, and I think it was very laudatory of both the consultants as well as just the work that's been done in terms of placing that. I want to point out one paragraph as we go into giving instructions and just pointing in a fact that, as Senator Rothfuss pointed out with transportation earlier, when we pull one lever, it tends to pull another. And the recommendation here is that the small school adjustment is adopted, and as we've heard, it's a good fix for what it does. There's one paragraph in the recommendation, though, that does away with the small district adjustment. There are very few districts in the state that are affected by the small school district adjustment. But I calculated last night and this morning what that effect would be on my district, and it's going to be similar for other small districts around the state. A few years ago, at WDE's recommendation, Our district was consolidated from an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school to one K-12 school. The effect of that is that the small school adjustment doesn't apply in the same way to the elementary, the middle, and the high school as it would if we were those three separate schools. So that's why the small district adjustment is there. For my district specifically, doing away with the small district adjustment and making the change to the small school adjustment that's recommended is going to be at a minus 4.57 teachers minimally, which is minus $381,481.35, about 10% of my foundation guarantee. That would not be an easy adjustment to take for my district or the others that are receiving the small district adjustment. Just point that out. I know lots of difficult decisions to make. I do think that the small district adjustment recommendation is a great one. Doing away with the small district adjustment is probably not the right way to go, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Scott Stoltz, Superintendent, District 2. I wanted to talk a bit about electives and CTE. I know the recommendation at the junior high is to reduce electives from 33% to 20%. I would contend that that is a whole lot of reason why many of our kids come to school, is because those opportunities to get to experience those things that are not necessarily tied to the core. What that would do for our district, it would reduce the elective opportunities for our staff by 6 teachers. Which is critically important for our students to get that exposure and that experience. Additionally, tied to that is CTE, which is not funded at the junior high level, which we supplement almost $400,000. Again, the first time that kids experience a career technical education opportunity shouldn't be when they're 9th graders. I contend again that in grades 6, 7, and 8, the exploratory opportunities and experiences in woodworking, in drafting, in culinary arts, in CT&E regarding the technology opportunities that our kids get is critically important for them. In addition, at the high school, the recommendation is to move from 1.29 to 1.2. That actually reduces $1.32 million in our district. Again, reducing more opportunities for our kids in career technical education. Career technical education is providing critical relevance for our kids, and the pathways and the opportunities that we need to provide our kids as they leave us as seniors in high school is critically important. Certainly, the opportunities for the career and university-bound kids, we do a phenomenal job of preparing those kids. Yet at the same time, we do not do justice for our kids in those pathways where they're getting certifications or immediately go into the field of work. This is a critical area that our kids need more opportunity, more exposure, and more importantly, more experience where these kids can get vision into what they want to do or not do based on internships, job shadowing, et cetera. So I would contend that CTE is critically important for the success of our kids. Thank you, and I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the room who'd like to testify, please come up.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Rob Hill. I serve as the chairman for the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education's Public Policy Committee. I also serve as president of Wyoming Skills USA. I want to first thank the legislators here that worked on the categorized CTE material supply equipment grant last year. That bill was heavily supported by business and industry and trade associations around the state, representing tens of thousands of high-skilled jobs. And I just want to really reiterate that we're very grateful for what you did there. That bill also helped small schools by doubling the minimum FTE for them and increasing the amount of funds coming in. A lot of those small schools have scale issues. I like to say a table saw costs the same in Casper as it does in Shoshone. So providing that extra funds for them really helps give them an equitable opportunity there. I also like to thank you because those funds, when it goes directly to our CTE programs, it helps our programs stay up to date with equipment. It provides materials and consumables that students need every year. We've got really good news. Career and technical education is booming nationwide. Projections show annual growth of 8.1% from 2025 to 2030. We're seeing trade schools expanding at a 5.5% rate every year, with projections moving to 6.1% into 2030. Nationwide, 47 of 50 states are investing more in CTE and increasing policy that advances CTE. In Wyoming, at least 60% of our open jobs are CTE related. According to Bureau of Labor Statistics, there's 273,750 jobs in Wyoming. The vast majority of these jobs are CTE related. According to LSO, districts spend about 1.7% of K-12 funds, partly related to how we fund CTE as a state. So it's critical that we fund CTE at the additional funding rate of 29% as opposed to the additional rate of 20%. We've got a good problem in Wyoming because we know students want to take CTE classes. One of our issues is we can't get kids into a lot of these classes. I've been to all the big schools, and I know they're turning away kids in our level 1 courses all over because they can't get them in. The facilities are not big enough to meet the demand. We often don't have enough welders. We don't have enough supplies or equipment to get them through. So while we have a good problem, we also have a bottleneck. That goes back to the square footage issue that was spoken about earlier. We have examples all over the state where investments have lagged over the years, and now we have some antiquated facilities that cost money to keep up. When we have this categorized approach to this, it allows teachers and programs to continually add equipment each year and keep their shops up to date. So I would just leave with a couple comments that an investment in CTE is an investment in Wyoming's future. Students that focus on CTE tend to stay in Wyoming. They tend to work locally, and they have the skills to compete in their economy locally. And I know we're talking about a lot of numbers and a lot of data and a lot of things today, but really we're talking about our future, and our most important entity is our students. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions? Appreciate it. Appreciate it. How are you, ma'am? Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Members of the committee, Lindsay Semino with the Wyoming Behavioral Health Alliance. We are here supporting our members in school counseling and school psychology and their support for mental health services in schools. I did have a few school counselors and psychs that had planned on being here today, but were unable to attend because of the schedule change. And so they weren't able to find impromptu coverage. So I'm hoping to cover some of their talking points that may have been missed. Over the last few years, you have seen a variety of bills centered around school-based mental health services, and we support it being considered within the recalibration process. I will be brief as many of the points that have been brought up already in previous testimony. You have heard that the American Counseling Association considers school counselors as first responders, as they are usually the first and only behavioral health professional a student has access to, as they are spending 8 hours a day with school staff. Physical well-being for students is already being addressed through the care of our school nurses, which we are grateful for. What we are asking for in regards to school mental health services is a similar point person and structure that looks the same. Most school counselors are dual-rolled, as we heard earlier, serving in multiple positions. And what I feel got lost in context may not be the ethical issue, but causing a confusion in scope. School counselors do have a certain set of rules because they are serving in multiple positions. Navigating those different scopes and those different multiple positions doesn't necessarily cause ethical issues. What it does cause for both our school counselors and our teachers is significant burnout. Having this additional mental health person that is designated for that mental health lane, as well as rules that are given from the Department of Education for this individual, would be very helpful in decreasing this burnout among our school counselors and our teachers. And with that, I stand for question.
Any questions? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I was
Mr. Chairman, Charles Oski, Superintendent, Johnson County School District Number 1. Just real quick, former CTE teacher, super excited about the conversations that we're having about CTE programs and things of that nature. I would agree with Senator Rothfuss that over the last 20 years, we've kind of trended the other way. And so to trend back to that and getting support is going to be not an overnight journey. We talked about facilities, we talked about funding of equipment, but I also have to be realistic and say, we're going to be competing with the people that are going to go out there to get a teacher to come in and teach a class that has to have a special talent, not just be able to be a welder, but they have to have the ability to teach it. And with that is going to come that recruiting, and so that salary base or getting people back into that CTE field, because a lot of colleges have dropped the program just with the trends over the last year. So just a challenge, just out there. But the last food for thought that I want to bring to the table is because we were through a corrective action plan is with the ELL. You see a recommendation up there that says 0 to 100 is what we'd base one FTE on. Doesn't matter if I have 0 or if I have 99 or if I have 2 kids. I have to have an EL program that's approved by the state so that we can continue our funding with federal grants. So there's a cost to that. So if it's 1 student or 0 students, we still have to have a program within our district to allow us to open the door to the federal grants. So I would maybe take into consideration that maybe a minimum of a half TE, or I know we don't want to get into half or 0.25 or something like that, but even if you have 0 kids in your district, somebody shows up, you got to have programs in place, they have to be trained, and there's annual things that go along with that. So just an FYI with that. And the last thing I want to end with this is thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. You've heard this multiple times. What you have to do is not an easy decision. It's not going to be an easy journey, but I do appreciate the opportunity through recalibration for all of us to speak, and I hope that collaboration can actually get tighter over the next couple months. Because as school districts, we're going to have to make a lot of hard decisions after your decisions are made and after legislation's done in a very short period of time. So the more that we collaborate and are open through this process over the next several months, and we do the journey together, we can make sure we're doing what's best for kids in Wyoming. So thank you for your time. I guess I stand for questions. I don't know if I need to answer any. All right.
I want to thank you for your comment. I know the co-chair and I, one of the most important things for us in this process was public comment, to give every opportunity for people to make comments on this. And I think we're in the process of doing that. We still have a journey to go, but we will continue. That's paramount for us, is to provide public testimony for these decisions. So thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Hi.
Come as a teacher and a citizen. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Don't be.
I'm used to speaking
Don't be
in front of
nervous.
children, but adults scare me a little bit.
See, I'd be more scared as the kids.
Oh, no, they're very forgiving. I have had the opportunity to, when I blink, I look back on the years that have gone by. I remember back in 2002, my son was in middle school and came home and he goes, "Mom, don't you have a college degree?" Yeah, and a few more hours past that at that point. He goes, "Do you know we live in poverty level?" Yeah, I knew that. The thing is then a few years later, we did put money into Wyoming education. We made our kids important. We're seeing a lot of our kids being exported after they graduate. We want to be able to have them stay and produce in our communities, in the state of Wyoming, because we have some absolutely fantastic kids that come out of our education system. Even some of the kids that we think might not make it because of teachers and other staff members, they have those opportunities to thrive within the state of Wyoming, and they're very grateful. We do need to fund our education, our teachers, everything through education. And that doesn't come from a biased remark, but it comes from living through kind of what you might want to call the ebb and flow of education and the money's brought into it and seen go out of it. We can see the value when we do put it as a priority. We can see what is produced and what comes out. Okay, we have a lot more opportunities for our kids, a lot more opportunities for our teachers, and a lot more opportunities for our staff. We think of some of these salaries that we look at with the adjustments that have gone on with the recalibration and that. And I think about different stories. I know that I personally have put how much of my own personal money into classrooms, into kids, bus drivers, buying shoes, you know, for kids that they see on a regular basis. There are things like that that are happening. I speak from a place where I am working with a younger staff, and just seeing them, if they are 2 staff members that are working within public education, that they are struggling to support their own children. Their own children are able to utilize our low income, which sometimes doesn't make teachers feel professional or valued. So please, when you are looking at things, please remember, I know that you have to look at numbers, you have to look at budgets, but Wyoming is such a different animal. Our rural schools need things different than our greater population schools. Not that they need less funding, they honestly might need a little more funding just because of the distances they cover. We know that we have a lot of California and Colorado people coming in and buying within these rural areas. Teachers can't afford that, you know, to compete with those prices. So we have places where we can't even find places for teachers to live. And so when you go back and you're discussing these things, please put faces to these children that we are serving. They are our greatest resource in the state of Wyoming. So please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Representative Ocean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that you're spending your own money out of your own pocket on your classroom. How much yearly would you estimate that that is?
Quite a bit. A lot more than I get a tax credit for, I can tell you that. But I would say my spending has increased drastically through the years, but the cost of things have also increased. So I would say close to, you know, thousands of dollars.
Follow up?
And
thousands, so maybe $2,000 a year as a rough estimate?
A rough estimate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and it depends also on the needs of maybe a class that year. You know, due to that ebb and flow, there might be more needs for students, whether they need PE shoes or coats. And districts do support us. PTOs support us with as much as they can. Donors choose. Amazon, where parents can go on. And parents and everybody's trying to pull together to do as much as they can. So.
Mr. Speaker, do you have a question?
Yeah, quickly. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Ma'am, I'm just curious, what does that look like? I mean, are we talking about clothing, things like that you just discussed for the kids, or are these materials that you need to make the class work? Or, I mean, what are those expenses?
Well, with me, I have spent most of my career in early elementary, so we need more hands-on. A lot of our programs that we bring into school districts, they have a lot of workbooks with them, but it's valuable in early childhood to have those hands-on experiments, to actually be able to do and build things. So those are aspects that I've had a lot to do, bringing different things in that way.
Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sorry, and I missed your name. Could you repeat it just so I have it?
Lisa Platt.
Lisa Platt, thank you. And are you in Casper or are you?
No, I had the opportunity to work in Evanston, Wyoming for over 20 years. And now I've gone back. I grew up in Encampment, Wyoming, and I'm now currently teaching in Saratoga, Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Platt, for being here. Do you think if a teacher started teaching now in Evanston or in Saratoga, do you think it'd be possible for them to buy a house on their salary?
It would be tight in Evanston. It's a little more possible. Saratoga, no. I also, did have to take quite a pay cut to change districts. So, so our finances, being able to support those rural schools, and it's not that they don't want to be able to support these things. It's just that we, I think somebody used the term pay Peter to, pay Paul.
So, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Platt, in these districts where, I mean, if you don't think a teacher can buy a home, do you think that affects teachers' thoughts on whether they should stay in a district or leave a district?
Or even apply. I mean, when you're thinking, because we are looking at, I'm going to call us experienced teachers instead of old, but we're looking, at this younger generation coming in. And even though we have absolutely highly qualified people that would like to, on certain salaries, you want to start thinking about your family and where you want to put roots down and what you want to do. You can't possibly, with some of the homes, and we're talking some, not so good, $500,000 to start out with, in some of these rural places. And it's the state's fault because it's a beautiful place. I understand, why people want to buy. But the people that actually want to live here and stay here and have our kids raised here, hopefully grandkids, we need the support in our public schools, for our public school systems to be able to do that.
Yes, Senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. Just want to say thank you to Lisa. It was a big loss for our district to lose her. She's provided some great experiences for our kids, and sorry that you moved away, but you're exactly right about the housing. It's tough even in Evanston for especially a first or second or third year teacher to even think about a house. So I appreciate your remarks. Thanks for all that you've done.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before I go to online comments, is there anyone else?
Is there any chance I can get you all to introduce yourselves and where you're from? Is anybody
Pardon me? Yeah, I think we're going to continue with the process, but there's a website, wyoleg.gov, and every legislator is on there with our addresses, our phone numbers, and our emails. So, is there anyone else anyone else who'd like to comment here? So who do we have online?
Mr. Chairman, you have 3 people currently logged in, one with their hands up. It's Brooke Shelby.
Okay, so why don't we bring them online?
There you go. Yep.
Hello.
Say hi.
Hi,
How are you?
how are you?
Good, good. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Can I ask you what your name is?
My name is Brooke Shelby.
Brooke. Okay, we're all ears, Brooke. Go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Brooke Shelby, and I am a fourth grader in Campbell County School District. I have always loved reading, and librarians have played a big part in my reading journey. The certified librarian at my school puts together the book fair, runs the book club before school, and teaches us how to care for books, and also teaches us about book-related apps and more. All of these things help students gain knowledge and become smarter. Library assistants are helpful, but in my experience, there's a high turnover rate. From kindergarten to fourth grade, I have had 5 to 6 new library assistants. If it weren't for the consistency of the certified school librarian, our school library would have been closed quite a bit during this turnover. With that, school libraries would suffer, and that means the students would suffer. School libraries and certified librarians are the heart and soul of the school. Please fully fund our school libraries and our certified librarians so students can continue to enjoy reading and learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. I know who the new chairman's going to be. Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Shelby, thanks for joining us. So my question to you as a fourth grader in school right now, do you love reading?
Yes, I do.
What parts of your school district helped make that happen?
Teachers and my life.
It's great to hear. And thank you again for taking the courage to sign up and be on Zoom with us.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for our boss? Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, you have one more online ready to go.
Okay.
That's Leanna Flaherty, I think.
Hello, can everybody
Hello.
hear me?
We can.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Select Committee, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I will say I'm very lucky I have flexibility in my job with the change in the schedule that wasn't communicated until the last minute. My name is Leanna Flaherty and I live in Laramie, Wyoming. I have a daughter in elementary school here in Albany County and my husband is a teacher at Laramie High School. Needless to say, public education is a very important issue for my family. As a mom, I am profoundly grateful for Wyoming's public education system, which is one of the best in our country. Our public education system is designed to provide every child in the state with the same quality, high quality education, regardless of their background and regardless of where they live. And I think we all understand that that is not the case in most other states. Earlier generations of Wyomingites have had the wisdom and foresight to make good schools a requirement of our state constitution, and we owe it to our future generations to renew that commitment and keep our schools strong. They are the heart of our communities. Schools are the heart of our communities, particularly in rural areas. Public schools don't just educate our children, they prepare them for good paying jobs. By teaching essential career building skills, they employ thousands of people across our state, and they help keep Wyoming's economy strong. Good public schools also keep families and young folks here in Wyoming. A high quality education is one that fosters critical thinking and creativity. It involves a safe and inclusive learning environment and respects student backgrounds and interests. A high quality education includes not only the standard classes like math and history and English and science, but also electives that fill a variety of interests and local needs, such as industrial arts and agriculture and culinary arts and engineering, and others that help Wyoming students to become well-rounded and get a career experience and fuel their ideas for their future. It is also critical to provide services for students such as counseling, career counseling, and speech and language assistance, to name a few. Some of these are already underfunded, but they are vitally necessary to take care of the physical and mental health of our students. The thing is, not all kids receive what they need at home. And often that is because those things are financially out of reach for families or because they live far away from services. These services are important in public schools because they improve academic performance by equipping students to focus on studies, increase early identification and treatment of mental health issues, and they reduce stigma. They also help students build resilience and provide access to support for vulnerable students, leading to a better overall well-being. Students take these skills with them as they enter the workforce as adults, hopefully here in Wyoming. To do anything other than fully fund our schools would be unconstitutional, and it would not be in the best interest of the hardworking families living in the communities that you as lawmakers represent. I ask the committee to fully fund schools at all levels recommended by the consultant so the state can meet its constitutional duty to give every Wyoming student the same opportunity to thrive. Wyoming's children deserve it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, there was another individual with Brooke today, so I'm bringing them back in the room.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Brooke's mom. I just don't know how to change.
Hi, Brooks' mom.
Hi, I just don't know how to change the name. My name is Krista Shelby. Mr. Chairman, members of committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity and time to speak. My name is Krista Shelby, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary students in Campbell County School District. Our public schools are the foundation of our democracy and the engine of our future workforce. Yet, too many classrooms struggle with outdated materials, overcrowded classes, and underfunded libraries. When we fail to invest in our schools, we fail our children, and our communities pay the price. Certified school librarians are not a luxury. They are essential educators. They teach information literacy, nurture a love of reading, and help with students navigate an increasingly complex digital world. Research shows that schools with certified librarians see higher graduation rates and overall scores. This does not only include reading and writing scores, it also includes math scores. I have personally witnessed the positive impact the certified librarians have on students. I have attended a school without a certified librarian. That library was mostly empty of students and lacked any support and guidance. On the other hand, my children attend a school with a certified librarian. The contrast could not be more astounding between their library experience and mine. Their certified librarian has the knowledge and the training to foster a love of reading, give book talks, organize book fairs, run school book clubs, teach digital literacy, and so much more. I can say unequivocally that my daughters wouldn't be as successful educationally without the support and guidance of their certified librarian. Proper funding for public education, including certified librarians in every school, is not just an expense, it's an investment in equity, opportunity, and the future of our state. Let's ensure every child has access to the resources and guidance they need to succeed. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online?
No, Mr. Chairman, that was everybody.
Okay. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak?
One more question.
Why don't you come up to the microphone and introduce yourself again? And
Yes, my name is Jimmy Skogard, and I wanted, I asked for an introduction. I guess I wasn't quite clear on what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, what can we do to help you guys in this process? I just wanted to know where you're from, and, if you had a comment for us that came down to express our concerns, what can we do in the community? If we're going to talk with other people, because we are, what's the message that you would like to share?
is there anyone in the committee who would like to answer? Mr. Speaker?
That we take education and the funding of it very seriously. And that this is one of the heaviest lifts, as has already been mentioned on more than one occasion through the course of this last 2 days. And that trying to make a balance between making sure our kids are properly educated and productive adults and protected, and parents have responsibility in this as much as the educators, and we are charged with the responsibility of trying to figure out how to make sure our kids get educated and our roads get built, and that we can even get the buses to the schools. I mean, there's so many things in this, sir, that are so far, reaching and touch everything else in this, that if you want to tell folks at home something about this, tell them, give these folks on this committee up here a little grace, and pray for them, that they would have wisdom and discernment, and to be able to navigate through all the different issues here and make sure that we do take good and quality care of our kids, because we do genuinely care about and love our children. And we want to make sure that they're well cared for. But I would have to emphasize that as much as we've talked about all this and all these different issues, I mean, I can see it in the room. When you talk about education, anybody that's involved in education, their heart is for children, and to make sure that kids are protected and make sure that kids are well educated and fed. That's not lost on this committee, nor on your Wyoming legislature. But I would ask all of you that you make sure and remember, this is not everything that we do. And we have to balance that, because we have constituents, we have taxpayers, we have folks that are, I've talked to veterans that are like, how I can't pay more taxes. And so I have to balance that with how do we properly fund the things that we're responsible to do. So if you want to do something for us, sir, in my opinion, let the people know that this is serious and we take this very seriously, and that we are going to commit to the people of the state of Wyoming, from my perspective, to do the very best job we possibly can with the resources that we have to take proper and just care of our kids. My opinion.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? What he said? All right.
I think, let me say something as well. I've been in the legislature since 2016, and this is without a doubt the most difficult committee that I've served on, primarily because I want to do the very best job I can to give the best education we can for our kids. Someone suggested that we should put faces to these students. Well, I have a senior in high school. I see that face every single day that I'm home. I'm not home this week, but, and I know that other committee members have high school students or middle school students. So this hits home to us as well. Why would we not want the very best education for our own kids as well? I think the speaker said it right. I want you to know I get calls from people who want us to fully fund developmental disability folks who otherwise might be institutionalized, home services for seniors who might be in a nursing home, but right now their caregiver is a family member. So I have the co-chair of appropriations here with me. I chair the Senate Appropriations Committee. So like it or not, we're also have something to do with the checkbook. I want to give the best education we can to our students in Wyoming, but it's a balancing act. We're doing the very best we can. To answer your question directly, we need to hear from you. That's why public testimony is so important. That's why we want this public testimony today. We're going to work on a draft, but we're going to have additional public testimony time before we ever get to the point of voting on a bill. You have months before we get to that point, and I would love to hear your comments, continuation of dialogue. So I appreciate you all being here. We're parents too, and we care about our children as much as you care about your children. We want them to stay in Wyoming like you do, so we have skin in the game as well. So appreciate it. Anyone else on the committee? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Mike Hamill, Superintendent with Carbon County School District Number 1. Really appreciated the speaker's comments. Thank you very much. I'm certain that there will be people that will be keeping this committee in their thoughts and prayers as time goes forward. I'm going to take us on a quick history lesson and wrap up a couple things. At your discretion. Thank you, sir. I remember hearing some of the similar comments from committees back before the Campbell decisions. And Wyoming at that point on the NAEP was scoring in the 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 18th in the country. And there was a large investment at that time in education. And it coincided with the era of accountability as well. And so we were responsible, we were charged as school leaders with figuring out how to use that money in a way that would best benefit our kids. And Wyoming crawled to 16th in the nation on the NAEP, then to 12th, then to 10th, then to 8th. We've been in the top 5 for the last 2 NAEP assessments. I would say that we have been good stewards of the trust that was shown with those dollars. Quality education requires, at times, different forms of investment. And certainly, there's a connection between what we can pay our employees and the employees that we're able to attract and keep. And we're in a market now that requires that we be able to adjust our pay for teachers. We're in a market now that requires that we provide safety for our kids in terms of SROs, that we provide technology for our students, that we enhance our CTE and computer programs. And that is a challenge at a time when perhaps I'm hearing that this is a balancing act. But I also think about the comments made by the attorney from Sweetwater County. He and I are both proud alums of Green River. And saying that our Constitution is quite clear in the sense that the top priority, not a priority, the top priority for funding in the state of Wyoming is to make sure that we continue to provide high quality education for kids. You heard lots of testimony today about how our educational system impacts individual students. You heard testimony today about how we pay multiple dollars for every dollar invested if we are left with dealing with a society that has a less educated public. I could give you a quick example from my time teaching when I had a young person whose father was incarcerated, who their mother was not functioning very well for a variety of reasons, who was a sophomore, who chose to live out and live on their own as a sophomore. That I had a teacher come to me and say, "Why are you working so hard for this young man? This school would be a better place without him." Then I had a conversation with that same person, because we've stayed in contact over the years. I had a conversation with that same young person who now is a grandfather. And we were sitting watching the state wrestling tournament, and he leaned over to me and he said, "I never thanked you, Coach." I said, "You don't have any reason to thank me." He said, "You don't get it." And this is at a small town in Wyoming. Out of all the kids I went to elementary school with, my friends, the ones that I hung out with, I'm the only one that's not dead or in prison. I said, "No." He said, "Coach, you're not hearing me. Out of the kids that I went to school with, elementary school, that were my friends, I'm the only one that's not in prison or dead." That young man made it out. His children are productive members of society. He's a productive member of society. I ask you to understand my humble opinion. There's a difference between limited government and no government. And while we take pride in Wyoming on having limited government, and we take pride on having low taxes, we also take pride in the education system that we have and the ability that it impacts individual kids on an individual basis. And you all received testimony today about that. And so those were just my closing comments. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, I will close public testimony. So committee members, I'd like to begin the process of constructing a draft recalibration bill. We've had a recommendation from Picus, Oden and Associates. We've heard the recommendations and the reasoning behind those proposals. You've heard a great deal of testimony throughout the summer, including now. You will continue to hear comments in the weeks and months ahead. I would be open to any directives to the staff on constructing a draft bill. I would remind the committee that we are only constructing a draft. It is an ongoing process of tweaking that draft. We will have public hearing in January with more public testimony as we construct this draft. So with that, I'm open to any directives that the committee members would like to give LSO in beginning this draft. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to direct the LSO to draft a recalibration bill for our upcoming meeting in January that encompasses all of the elements from the 2025 Wyoming evidence-based model as provided to us by Picus, Oden and Associates as our consultant. And that will formulate our basis for this bill with all of those elements. And there will be some tweaking and adjustments from that standpoint, but that's the beginning of this bill.
Thank you. And staff, since these are directives and it is a draft, I'll just check with you every time there is an idea, a directive, and make sure that you have that down so it's understandable. Anyone else? Who else? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, I do. I'd like to direct the staff to, for the districts, and you guys can put this together. I mean, I may or may not put this together completely correctly, but I want to make sure that we have the opportunity, and I would direct you to please allow the districts, I wrote this down here, that they would, for any placements outside of the district, that they would be reimbursed quarterly. What I would like to see that. Also, another thing, direct the districts to pay, to cash reserves are limited to reflect a 20% of each district school foundation program funding amount beginning with the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2028. Another thing I'd like to see in there, from my perspective, staff, is I'd like to eliminate the pre-1997 cash reserves from the calibration. I'd like to see that in order to be able to bring more clarity to that. I would also like to see, and please direct to allow the districts with the work with the Wyoming Department of Education to allow the districts to be able to have access to loan ability throughout the year. They not be limited. Removing that current problem there. And then also that in the entitlements, direct that the school district entitlement and special education payments are allocated in 11 payments, 10% in July and 9% in August through May. July and August payments would also be based on the prior school year entitlement computations, and September through May payments based on an updated data report to the Wyoming Department of Education. We discussed that already. Also, another thing I have written here, I would like to add this to it. Allow the school districts to modify their reported data to the Wyoming Department of Education through May 31st, including any mineral and ad valorem property tax estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does staff have any questions on that?
And we can go over that if we need to. Take your mind off my notes.
No, Mr. Chairman, but if you do have the document that you were reading from, if we could get a copy of it, that would be great.
Good. Who else has thoughts or directives for the staff? Yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I appreciate it. So, I think the RCA is a big deal, but I do think overall the 2025 hedonic wage index is a reasonable approach. So I direct to use the hedonic wage index for K through 12 funding. But if I could ask for some leeway from both the committee and LSO to work with Dr. Taylor to figure out how we can handle the outlier a little bit better than we just have an outlier and there's a flag that we turn it on and off. So I would love to work with you, Dr. Taylor, to see if we can come up with some language on how we adjust that.
And Mr. Minority Leader, is that the 2025?
Yes,
hedonic?
so the rebased 2025 hedonic wage index. And so I don't recommend that we adopt the 2005 one, definitely the 2025 one.
I also would like to work with you, Mr. Minority Leader, on that with regard to.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice President.
I'm going to yes, Senator, please.
I would propose that we direct the salaries reflect those recommended and contained in the October 2025 labor market studies and the central office addendum as recommended by Pecos, Oden and Associates, and are further adjusted to account for a rebased 2025 hedonic wage index.
I'll give you a minute to write that down. What else? Anything else, Senator?
I would propose that we direct the daily salary of substitute teachers to $185 per day, subject to the regional cost adjustments. And lastly, I would propose that we direct that any school district superintendent's salary and benefits paid by Wyoming School District does not exceed 2.33 times that of the district's average salary and benefits. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, that's the salary paid, not the model salary, correct? That's the actual salary paid?
Senator?
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would propose school district local revenues will count school district investment earnings as a local revenue in the computation of entitlement and recapture payments. And secondly, I would also propose that we eliminate co-located schools for purposes of the K-12 funding model and aggregate that data to the highest school level.
You got it? Anything else, Senator?
No.
Okay. Who else? Who do I see? I'll go with Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You made a comment earlier, Mr. Chairman, about continuation of dialogue, and I think it was really appropriate. Both the people who are here, this committee, and the work that we continue to do, and the work that Pecos and Oden have done to this point. But I do see some concerns. There are certain things that we need more data on that we just really haven't gotten full answers on. And so at this point, I think that there's going to be a need for more work for this committee. And so without objection, I propose that the committee direct the Select Committee on School Finance Recalibration continue during the 2026 interim to do particular work that we haven't really completed. I think we're going to get a good product out here, but the particulars that I think we need to work on are mental health supports, including core counselors, nurses, and at-risk pupil support resources. and further consider data collected from school years 24-25 and 25-26 mental health grants. We heard a lot of testimony about the mental health issue. I think we need to keep collecting that data and really come to a good conclusion in a final product in 2026 and 2027. The use of the one-to-one computer to student ratio in Wyoming schools needs more study, I believe. We heard testimony today that technology is actually creating the mental health issue to some extent. So I think we need to get answers there before we expand that. And school resource officers in the same way, as well as school nutrition programs. So I can provide that to our staff, but I'm going to ask that we direct the staff to continue this committee into the 2026 interim to work on those particular issues. And further, in this particular document that we're preparing now, I'd like to make some directives as well. I'd like to direct that all staffing for core programs, struggling students, and the dollar per ADM resources reflect those of as recommended by the Picus, Oden, and Associates, with the following exceptions. I would like to direct Picus, Oden, and Associates to update the recommendations for school prototypes that reflect the adoption of core class sizes. Additionally, career technical education teachers, I'd like to see that weight changed from 20% to 34%. I believe this will maintain the work that this legislature did in the last session and continue to make CTE a priority. Career technical education supplies and materials, I'd like to see the bill that we produced continue to reflect current law as the categorical grant minimum funding under Wyoming Statute 21-13-338. And this bill should amend Wyoming Statute 21-13-338 to include an allowance for expenditures for supplies and repair. I'd like to direct that the recommendations of equipment support for counselors, nurses, and pupils reflect current law for counselors and pupil support. Technology and equipment costs retain current law of $250 per ADM and not reflect the one-to-one computer student ratio until we've completed further study in the next interim. And recommendations, I'd like to see recommendations from Picus and Oden for additional program material costs for at-risk and ELL students, that those are not forwarded for at-risk tutors, at-risk pupil support, extended day programs, summer school programs, and ELL teachers. And I can provide that in writing to the staff.
Yeah, I think they'll need that. Thank you, Representative Bear. Thank you. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I propose that the committee direct that teacher resources inclusive of those amounts allocated for core teachers, elective specialist teachers, ELL teachers, additional CTE teachers, extended day teachers, summer school teachers, core tutors, and at-risk tutors and instructional facilitators are limited for instructional purposes and shall not be transferred or expanded for any other purpose.
Does LSO have that? Okay. Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll recommend that student counts in the K-12 funding model should only use prior year school ADM. Get rid of the 3-year rolling average.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, with regard to health insurance, I direct that all school districts shall participate in the state of Wyoming's health insurance plan beginning July 1st, 2027, which will be school year 27-28, and that school districts will be reimbursed monthly for K-12 funding model, special education, and transportation staff.
Okay. Matt, you have that? Okay. Anything else? Who else? Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we would add the central office personnel and non-personnel resources to reflect those that were recommended by Picus, Oden, and Associates, including the central office addendum. And then I would also ask that the utilities would reflect the actual school district expenditures from the year 24-25, and that any new or closed school district facilities are adjusted annually on an average cost per square footage basis.
Okay. I'll give Matt a minute here. Anything else? Senator Brennan? Okay. Who else? Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a lot of hard work we're doing here. We want to see these funds get to the kids, not turn into an aquatic water park or a football stadium. I'd like to propose we direct the LSO to prohibit the transfer or expenditure of school foundation funds for capital construction or major renovations, major maintenance projects.
Okay. Staff has that. Anything else, Representative? Okay. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I direct the this LSO to further make a draft that retirement employer amounts be reimbursed outside of the block grant.
Matt's writing that. Got it? Good. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? So, yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Chairman, thank you. Also, I would like to, in this draft bill, change the transportation reimbursement for buses that are now 20% over a 5-year period, that is reimbursed when the buses are purchased, 100%. And that will take some catching up in the first year and will be a tremendous amount, but it's the right thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, is it your desire to, on any of those outstanding purchases, to catch those up right away?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then secondly, do you want to still allow for the lease of a school bus?
No leasing. We pay a 12 to 15% cost of leasing, and we have our own ability to be able to buy those outright and save that cost of leasing. Utilizing our own money, we can save that interest.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Bear.
Not to throw too much of a kink in it, but if we could have the fiscal staff analyze that for impact and see, we may want to have a graduated scale to get to that point. I agree, we all want to get to that point, but if we could have our fiscal staff analyze that and just advise the committee on what the impact is.
I think that's a good idea. Again, I want to remind everyone, this is a draft. I'm sure there'll be some tweaking. We've already talked about between now and January, looking at a number of issues. So as a draft, I think the directives are pretty explanatory. Is there anyone else on the committee who'd like to give staff a directive on this draft? Anyone else? Anyone else? So do you need any clarification from us on this?
Mr. Chairman, not at this time. If you just give us leeway to work with you two, if we have questions or clarifications, just kind of direct those through the chairs. And then we'll have to work with Dr. Pikus on modeling this.
Okay. And it's my intent, and I think it's the co-chairman's intent, that we will draft this, and then we will obviously want extended additional public testimony in January on what, yes, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just wanted, I know we mentioned it before, just want to make sure that we have directed staff to meet with Wyoming Department of Education to talk about the loan administration and timing as well.
Is that,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I anticipate we'll work with them on kind of this cash flow analysis on the loans, but also now the outstanding liabilities on bus purchases and what that looks like. And we can work with them on any other things that the chairman feel that we need to.
okay. Anything else before we close this up? Anything else? I think this is going to be a continuing process of tweaking, of hearing from our constituents, from stakeholders, and this draft is a beginning. And I appreciate the committee's work on this, and I know it's a difficult committee, but I think we're making progress. And so with that, I will adjourn, and we'll pick it up again in January. Thank you.